through the deliberations, it was, for me, it came out strongly that there was a positive response to internal quality assurance, which it was clearly evidently shown that it does have a positive impact into the academic project in higher education institutions. So our study really went into in-depth in terms of really unpacking what are these, or what forms rather, these internal quality assurance activities that we have within higher education. So our title is Enhancing, I need to apologize. So what you see in the program is slightly different to what you see on the screen, but I must say the context in terms of the study does not change. However, we did broaden our scope in terms of the universities that we worked with. It didn't only focus on a UOT, but it was spread across the sector. So that is the change that it basically will reflect in my presentation now, which then doesn't correspond with what you have on the program. So the title to our study is Enhancing Quality Improvement Practices, Addressing Challenges and Best Practices for Implementing an Internal Quality Assurance System in South African Higher Education Institutions. Sorry. So this is the presentation overview that I'm going to be going through, the presentation. I'm not going to go through in details as the headings will still show in my presentation slides. So just to also give a more higher overview in terms of what informed our study, we wanted to first really define what internal quality assurance and quality improvement are. So the quality assurance framework from the South African Council on Higher Education defines the internal quality assurance as an integrated institutional system that is used to manage the core function of the learning and teaching in higher education. It further defines quality improvement as a development by an institution of a planned programs of activities to institutionalize quality culture and to provide a better quality than has previously been offered. And that basically in terms of the institutionalization and better providing quality, that can be done in various ways through qualification reviews or quality reviews as they would call it, but also it looks at not only focusing on internal reviews in higher education, but it also looks at external reviews that could either be provided by our agencies or professional bodies that we have. So that is basically some of the definitions that are informing our study and what we're going to be talking about. Then, if we move to the aim and the purpose of our study, you will see that we wanted to really explore the challenges and the issues in higher education that they face concerning the development, implementing, and conducting quality improvement plans. But we also wanted to do an analysis, a review analysis of what has already been presented in terms of literature, and then we wanted to draw what could possibly be the best practices, and then in terms of implementing internal quality assurance systems in higher education based in South Africa. But also the intention to the study was to really provide some advocacy in terms of the use of quality improvement plans as an internal quality assurance tool for providing quality of the academic project in higher education. Then we also identified our research problem with some few questions that we also wanted to be able to answer. And the research problem was that we found that there is insufficient reporting and research on the development and monitoring of quality improvement plans. And we felt that this actually necessitates the need for guidelines, standards for higher education to undertake the development of the QIP processes effectively at an institutional level. Then these are some of the questions that we threw that we wanted to answer, and that also when we were going through the analyzing and reviewing of the literature, we wanted to be able to understand what exactly are the experiences of higher education institutions in developing and implementing developing and implementing internal quality assurance systems, which concerns to the quality improvement plans. We also wanted to understand how do these experiences actually share light in terms of the core challenges that higher education faces regarding the internal quality assurance systems. We also then wanted to understand the insights that are being offered into the needs of higher education, whether there is actually active internal quality assurance systems that are informed through the challenges that they have, and also through understanding the needs that higher education want to embark on. Then we also drew some research objectives that we wanted to achieve, where firstly we wanted to really identify what the challenges are, but also that are encountered in the internal quality assurance system. We wanted to also make sure that we want to get the enhancement experience through exploring ways to improve the internal quality assurance in South African context of higher education institutions. Then also, through the challenges that are identified and through the experiences that we have explored, we wanted then to assess these challenges that are related to internal quality assurance through then sharing the best practices that are from the quality improvement perspective. So these are the objectives that this study wanted to also achieve. Then in terms of the methodology and the approach that we took, so we took an approach of the study is a qualitative research, which has a very descriptive analysis in terms of the literature review that we reviewed, but also that we analyzed in terms of looking exactly into the quality improvement plans that were publicly shared, that we were able to find. So those reports, those reports are what we looked at and what we analyzed and what also informed our findings and also the discussions. But also, in overall, the reason that we chose that approach was really to understand whether do we have really sufficient research that informs the process of quality improvement plans, but also whether the challenges that we encounter, is there an understanding, and also what are the needs that can inform these challenges to be improved. So that's the methodology that we also took. So through the literature that we reviewed, the authors shared their sentiments and opinions as cited. The first one that we looked at was the internal quality assurance systems as the driver for quality improvement. So it is said that the enhancement of standards in higher education institutions is heavily reliant on the internal quality assurance mechanisms. And these mechanisms are crucial in ensuring that higher education institutions maintain and improve their quality standards. We also had authors that reflected on the internal quality assurance as a regulatory control tool, where they are saying that a different perspective from private higher education is that quality assurance is seen as a control mechanism, especially for institutions whose quality offerings are often scrutinized due to the business orientation focus that the institution has, which is often seen as profit-driven. So that's the perspective that under the regulatory controls, how other authors feel around the internal quality assurance. But then they also say that the mechanisms for internal quality assurance in the implementation of quality improvement plans is one way that both the Higher Education Quality Committee, which is it is the committee that is from the South African Council on Higher Education, and the higher education institutions, they actually carry out a mandate of internal quality assurance enhancement and improvement to control the level in terms of what academic provision is made of in higher education. We also wanted to hear the voice in terms of accountability and compliance, particularly relating to quality improvement plans, where also the argument comes that the internal quality assurance systems build a strong quality culture to enhance better quality for academic success, as opposed to the conduct of the external quality assurance systems that tend to have a more accountability-driven process, or rather approach, and a compliance force, and that also may also promote managerialization and also bureaucratization in terms of academia. Then also we had views that we analyzed where we were looking at the internal quality assurance system as a reactive and proactive nature, where also authors were stating that the internal quality assurance responds to the external requirements such as the national legislative frameworks. The statement also, we feel that it does suggest that the internal quality assurance function is reactive and also it is proactive. And through all that understanding, from an analysis that the higher education institutions we feel that they are actually able to tackle the building of the internal quality assurance systems by implementing proactive quality improvement processes and plans in place, so that then can allow the responding to maturing the internal quality assurance systems. Then we also wanted to look in terms of what is actually said in the quality improvement plans. And then we just made in summary through the findings that we realized that there is some complexity that we observed that is around the quality improvement processes, and that evidence was drawn from the quality improvement plans that were shared publicly. It was said through the responses, or rather the reports that we reviewed, that the actual responsibility for actioning some of the recommendations may have been seen as a responsibility that is not only for one function or for one committee. in an institution, and that at times it actually does have a delay in terms of the action plans that the institution needs to do in terms of implementing. And also there is a complexity in terms of the recommendation in actually finding the direct stakeholders that need to be actioning the response and the recommendations that would have been raised from the qualification reviews or quality reviews. So there was a strong view that the actioning might have been delayed at some point due to the matters of actually not finding the responsible persons. But also, institutions, it's clearly indicated that institutions need to ensure that the progress reports for quality improvement, senior management and the institutions needs to ensure that all staff are continuously engaged and capacitated in terms of quality improvement plans and the activities that it holds. Also, it was emphasized and through the observation that to take ownership of the quality improvement process, to assume the accountability and also to have the responsibility is something that higher education institutions need to make sure that they are implementing. Then I want to draw some of the findings that came through the literature review, but also the reports, the quality improvement reports that we reviewed. In terms of the importance of the internal quality assurance, quality improvement plans are really indeed an integral component of institutional quality improvement systems, and they actually do play a high role and a role that is very vital in terms of enhancing the quality education in higher education institutions. Also, quality improvement plans provide a structured approach for institutions to address the recommendations from the quality reviews and also the institutional audits. Then, through our analysis and reviewing, we realized that there were actually challenges that institutions were raising in terms of developing and implementing quality improvement plans. One was the lack of standardization in terms of standards. The strong need to have a uniformed guidelines to guide the higher education institutions came out. The capacity development need also was very much evident into the literature that we reviewed in a way that it was raising that capacitating staff that are actually involved in the quality improvement plan is crucial and it is important on a continuous basis. Also, that creates the commitment at all levels. So the commitment was some of the challenges that was raised through the literature that we reviewed. And also the commitment in terms of the variable commitment, it cuts across. And we do know that without a commitment, there could never be success. And then lastly, the other challenge that we realized through our observation and also the analysis was that there is quite a high number of institutions that have quality assurance policies and guidelines that are outdated. So we realized that through the changes in higher education, through the frameworks that are being reviewed and implemented continuously, there is a strong need to make sure that as institutions, we update our policies, we update our guidelines so that they inform the processes that we are doing in our institutions. Yes, I'm almost done. Then we also drew recommendations based on the challenges that we picked. I'm not going to go through because of time, but as I said, that standardized guidelines were clearly coming out as the need. commitment, fostering commitment in institution to promote a uniformed, or rather a unified approach to quality improvement through the understanding also of an institution context is important. Continuous monitoring of quality improvement plans is also important to ensure that the quality improvement plans that we develop are actually addressing the issues effectively with clear strategies and action plans that need to be taken. I've talked about the comprehensive training in terms of capacity development, but also as institutions, we need to have regular reviews in terms of the improvement processes that we have through then the validation of these quality improvement plans and monitoring them continuously. And again, what is also recommended is a collaborated approach. And again, you throw that collaborated approach through the commitment of various stakeholders that are involved in the process of QIPs, and that also making sure that all the stakeholders in the higher education institution are involved. Excuse me. In conclusion, we could tell that as I've mentioned through the deliberations of yesterday, the importance and the impact of quality assurance, internal quality assurance systems, we can see that through adopting of strategies such as the standardization of guidelines, comprehensive training and capacity development, and collaborative approaches, it draws a commitment-driven approach to the development, implementation, and monitoring of quality improvement plans. And that actually has a significant role in making sure that there is effective internal quality assurance systems. And then again, this will not only improve the quality of education, but it will also ensure that institutions can better meet the evolving demands of the higher education landscape. Again, lastly, the ongoing refinement of the internal quality processes guided by the insight of the study, I think we believe that it will provide a pivotal role in achieving the sustained education and excellence. And also then, we do feel that some of the lessons that we learn through the quality improvement plans are actually important to us being able to reflect and have the reflexive engagements that can lead to continuous improvement. And that, colleagues, is the end of our study. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Gugu. I see Siyanda has joined as well, and we're sorry that Sindisiwe couldn't be here. We've got maybe 3 minutes for questions. Any questions for the team from CPUT? But really very well laid out research study, just what we need for the journal. Dr. Green?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for a really good presentation. So the one question I had was the receptiveness of institutions to the use of quality improvement plans as a meaningful tool. So at the national level, we often find it's a compliance-driven exercise, that we undertake a quality assurance activity to look into a particular area of operation, recommendations are made, and then institutions put together a quality improvement plan that is just kind of, let's respond to these recommendations and let's get this over and done with. How can we kind of build a culture of using quality improvement plans for actual improvement?
Yes. Can I answer? Thank you, Dr. Green, for that question. So in our study, that's exactly the impression that we got from the observation of the literature, that often the quality improvement plan process is actually recognized as a tick box exercise. We know there's a submission that you need to make, excuse me, in terms of the progress report. So our approach is that we actually need to engage all the stakeholders that are involved in developing from the beginning the quality improvement plans. They need to be accountable in terms of what they are needing to respond to. They need to understand also the importance of the process of quality improvement plan. So the capacity development recommendation that we're making will actually also assist in the making sure that the understanding and the responsibility in higher education institution lies within us in terms of how we respond, but also how it informs the responses as a collaborative approach, than not just using it as a tick box exercise.
Thank you. Any other questions? Professor Makola, you're not going to ask her a question. Do you want to add? So this is one of the other authors of the paper.
Yes, thank you so much for the question, Dr. Green. So two other things just to add to what we were saying. I think key is evidence. Now, when we engage, for instance, with HODs and so on, we make sure that there is evidence that is being provided. If you say an item has been closed, you must produce evidence. Otherwise, that item remains. The second thing is triangulation. Now, we've introduced triangulation so that it's not just the one HOD, for instance, that we're dealing with, but we can triangulate with the students, we can triangulate with the staff that are in that particular department. And I think that sort of strengthens the arm of the quality improvement plans. Thanks.
Okay, thank you for that. Can I ask Dr. Kondai and your team to get ready? Thank you, Gugu. Let's give her and Sianda another round. So our next team is Dr. Harmonising Kondai, Charles Muchovo, and Sauro Matione from Zimche. I'm not sure if they're all from Zimche. Are you presenting, Doc? Okay, let's welcome Dr. Kondai to the podium.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Our presentation is on content analysis of good practices of quality assurance agencies in higher education and adoption of a risk-based approach to mitigate non-adherence. My colleagues could not make it, so I'm going to present on their behalf. But all the colleagues are from the Zimbabwe Council for Higher Education. Thank you. Our argument is that quality assurance is a critical driver of quality education provision in any country. In that regard, external quality assurance agencies like Zimche, Shell, South Africa, and others play a very important role to ensure effective quality assurance in our higher education systems for programs and institutions. However, there is a challenge in Africa, a very big challenge. Our literature review showed that most external quality assurance agencies are in their infancy. They are fairly new, less than 5-10 years. And they lack the necessary maturity and recognition to drive effective quality assurance implementation. There is another added problem, that even those that are established, those that are well established, they are not recognized. Yes, we have our Acts of Parliament, but when it comes to recognition through evaluation, by international bodies such as INQUAHER. If you look at their website, all agencies in Africa, they don't appear, meaning that if we are to be recognized globally, we have to go through a peer review of established organizations such as INQUAHER. So we decided to bridge this gap, to carry out a study, a content analysis of what is it which constitutes good practices of external quality assurance agencies. As we thought mastering those good practices is going to help us in our capacity building. So this is empirical study based on document analysis. So our study objectives were to conduct a content analysis of existing literature on good practices of external quality assurance agencies, to identify themes or to identify those good practices. What makes a good quality assurance agent? What are their practices? We also wanted to identify risks of not complying with the good practices, and then recommend mitigation strategies for non-compliance. We looked in the literature and came up with a conceptual framework, what we call the new public management paradigm. For those of you from public administration, you know that we have moved away from traditional public administration of the 60s, the 1960s, to the new public management paradigm of the 1980s up to now. The most important thing about the new public management is that it enhances efficiency, effectiveness, performance of organizations, including higher education institutions. And what are the key tenets of the new public management? It's about efficiency, effectiveness, emphasizes accountability, transparency, and performance measurement. It also focuses on decentralization and autonomy and good governance, promotes transparency, independence, and fair evaluations for external quality assurance agencies. So those are the major elements which we thought were going to be our lens to look at what are these good practices. Our research questions were four. What are the good practices associated with external quality assurance agencies? What are the risks associated with non-compliance with these practices? What are the mitigation strategies? How can the non-compliance risks mitigated? And can we create a model which institutions, which agencies can use to deal with the risks identified? The significance of this study is that it helps to build the knowledge for capacity building. It is critical for policy development. It helps to improve quality and accountability of our agencies. It helps to identify risks and how they can be mitigated. Our research methodology was qualitative in terms of the approach used, based on the contravist paradigm, where reality is social constructed. We therefore decided to do a content analysis where we looked at emerging themes and trends. Our data sources were publications and grey literature. The Simon Fraser University argues that we can not only depend on literature from published or from renowned journals. Remember, most government publications may not fall in that category, but they are very useful. And most of our standards may not have been published by very high-profile publishers. We then did a thematic analysis. We ended up our further search for good practices after reaching saturation, according to Miles and Huberman, who are the gurus in qualitative research. We looked at 5 publications: the African standards, the standards for the higher education area in Europe. We looked at the good practices of quality assurance for accreditation from Pakistan. We looked at INQAHE good practices of quality assurance agencies. We also looked, finally, higher education quality assurance principles from Asia and the Pacific. What were our results? From 10 emerging themes, we found that agencies, to practice good practices, they need clear mission and objectives. They need to ensure independent and fair decision-making. They need adequate resources. They need clear documentation. They need qualified and independent external peer reviewers. There is need for public transparency and accountability. They need appeal process if there are aggrieved parties. They need robust internal quality assurance. There is need for collaboration with other agencies. And ladies and gentlemen, this conference is part of the good practice that agencies cannot operate silo. They need to work with others. They should, of course, respect institutional autonomy and collaboration. That universities have their autonomy, that has to be respected. Those were the 10 cardinal elements or facets of what good external quality assurance agencies ought to do. We have the results table. I think in the interest of time, I will not go through that. The table has got the 10 features from the African standards, the 10 features from the Asian Pacific, the 10 features from Pakistan and INQAHE. So you see those elements. We said, what does INQAHE say? What does Pakistan say? What does the Asian Pacific say? etc. Then we went further to say, what are the risks? So our question was, what are the risks associated with non-compliance? And those are the lists. I will not go in detail in the interest of time. Loss of credibility. If we are not following those practices, we lose credibility, especially if our universities don't trust us, because we are not transparent, we are not accountable. We will not be effective. Lack of trust. There could also be legal implications and ethical issues. There will be ineffective quality assurance. Our risks identification was based on our experience in risk management. So we are saying, without those good practices, there are risks embedded in just doing the way we feel like. So in the way the document, we identified the various risks and their impact and the mitigation strategies. I'll just go through a summary of those risks and the mitigation strategies. So how can agencies mitigate the non-compliance risks? Robust policies and procedures, well documented, continuous monitoring, evaluation, training and capacity building, effective communication, engagement with stakeholders. We need also transparency and accountability. Then we said, apart from coming up with that list, what could be a model for application? So the question was, what non-compliance risk management model can be recommended? Of course, we borrowed from general risk management, but we came up with the first stage from our study, that the first thing for any organization, we cannot employ risk specialists and say, you must do risk management from business, like okay business. The people who are going to do our risk management in quality assurance, first of all, should understand the quality assurance so that it is contextualized. So the first stage is to understand the literature of quality assurance agencies and good practices. Then we have the generic model we get from risk management, identifying, analyzing, evaluating, treating, monitoring, and reviewing the risks. Implementing robust policies and continuous monitoring and evaluation. What are the implications for practice? Where do we go from here? Agencies need to have clear policy objectives of what they are doing, communicate those to their stakeholders, review those objectives and update them continuously. They need adequate resources where they can do a gap analysis, prioritize resource allocation, ensure efficient and sufficient financial, human, and technical resources. There is need for qualified peer reviewers, need for transparency and accountability, and a proactive risk management strategy, which of course is illustrated, and I hope these slides will be available to those present. What about research? We need to do comparative analysis of agencies across countries and uncover further best practices and challenges. So we need the studies to say, what is Share doing? What is ZimShare doing? What about others, even other regions? We need to carry research in terms of exploring effective risk management strategies to enhance agency credibility and mitigate non-compliance. The fact that we have got the Act of Parliament doesn't give us legitimacy and trust. More has to be done. We also need to investigate the balance between institutional autonomy and accountability. Yes, universities need their autonomy, but there is need for accountability. I'm sure as academics, you are aware that even academic freedom is not complete. It is relative, and there are elements which need to be fulfilled in terms of accountability. Of course, with our freedom, academic freedom. In conclusion, the study identified the 10 themes characterizing good practices, and these we have to implement. The study also identified non-compliance risks and the mitigation strategies. Agencies could apply the risk management model which this study came up with. There is need to adhere to good practices, and also we should not just practice, we should do research as agencies. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kwandai, and Charles Muchovo and Saura Matione. And we're sorry that they couldn't be here. Any questions for Dr. Kwandai? There's one hand in the middle here. I don't know if there's a roving mic. Maybe whilst the mic goes there, Dr. Damas can ask her question so long they're bringing the mic to you, sir.
Thank you very much, moderator, and thank you, Dr. Kwandai, for the presentation. Mine is just a contribution. There is one of the attributes that the agency should have is the trained peer reviewers. I think as we are here discussing harmonization, I'm promoting that perhaps that's also one area where we can harmonize, have a common program of training peer reviewers. Because for countries like Namibia, where the population is very small, we highly depend from peer reviewers from outside the country, and they are from all over. But if we, for example, have a program or, you know, an orientation program for peer reviewers for the region that we can use, and whoever wants to, you know, to participate as a peer reviewer can go through such program. It makes it easier because I don't know how long it can be, because in our case we orient the peer reviewers in the period of 1 or 2 hours, but I think it would be good so that we then have an inventory or, you know, a pool of peer reviewers who has been exposed to the agreed program for the region. It's a proposal. Thank you.
And maybe just to add to that, in Europe, for example, they do that with students. So they have a pool of trained students who participate across the region as students in site visits and quality assurance activities. So maybe that's something we can take up with. The gentleman with the blue shirt in the middle here. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you very much. Questions, but I'll just limit myself to one. Not questions per se, but I just need clarification. Doc, that's a very good presentation, but then I would like to find out how you used both content analysis and thematic analysis. And then in your presentation at one point you mentioned of document analysis, so I got confused because earlier you mentioned of content analysis, then again you've also brought in the issue of thematic analysis. Not to jump the gun again, I hope that if you did use thematic analysis, I hope you used it judiciously, because we probably need to see the thematic map as a trail. And then in your presentation you mentioned or you presented on the 10 emerging themes. Are these main themes or they are meta themes? Because obviously in research, if you use a thematic analysis, people will be interested in seeing the main themes or meta themes. Thank you very much for now.
Thank you. Can we take the other question or comment there as well?
Thank you very much, Chair. Mine is not a question as such, but a comment. Thank you very much, Dr. Kwandai, for the presentation. I would like to make a comment on one of your recommendations that external quality assurance agencies should be involved in research. I think that one is very critical, because our practices should be informed by current research findings. Otherwise, if we don't do that, we might be relying on old findings and which might not be relevant to the current situation. And now with the coming in on of the SAQAN journal, we hope to be seeing more of these research findings being published in our journal. Thank you.
So just 2 comments really, if you want to respond, Dr. Kwandai.
Yes, I would like to thank Dr. Demas for suggesting a common curriculum. In case of Zambia, we borrowed from Inter-University of East Africa. They do have a curriculum, and we added our own content to fit our situation. But otherwise, at the end of the day, is good quality assurance content and how we should behave when we go in the field. And also, the chair raised a very important point. Students as consumers of higher education should be part of the peer reviewers. And Europe is doing very well. In Zimbabwe, we have not included students for the first round. But in the next round, in the next 1 or 2 years, students will be the best peer reviewers because they are the consumers. We did not want to start with students because they might go on top of a mountain and talk about how bad the things are. So we were very objective that universities should be conscious of the seriousness of what we are doing. So in the next 2 years, we'll have our students who will move the peer reviewers, because that's the best practice. If we are evaluated internationally, we are going to fail. If we do it with those students, it's a major requirement. Even our parents, we involve them. Our counselors, we involve them. We ask them about these standards, if they know them and if they are implemented. So thank you very much. Let me talk about the issue of methodology. Prof, we understand it will be necessary. We will not go in the nitty-gritties of the methodology. We will see if it could be improved if we are going to advance the paper. Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Green, was that a hand for a question? Yeah.
Thanks very much, Dr. Kwandai. So I was really interested in the criteria around transparency and accountability. And it's one that we generally struggle with. So sometimes you have an adverse decision, adverse outcome, accreditation, whatever. And then an institution will challenge that. But will then require access to deliberations, access to evaluator reports, access to discussion or in meetings, the kind of honest, open reflection that the peer evaluators would be undertaking in meetings, access to all of that. So to what extent does transparency go to that level from the Zim chair experience?
When we talk about transparency with our peer reviewers, we don't manipulate. Once we are in the field, the peer reviewers are in charge. In terms of the interactions, we will not say you are now being heard. Again, we have what we call a no objection. Before peer reviewers go in action, we will write to the university to say, we have got these 5 professors. Do you want them? Do you have conflict of interest? They reject others, they take others, meaning that we have no agenda to influence the decision. So the universities are also participating. When it comes to accountability, we also need, when we are asked by universities to answer certain questions, we don't assume any superiority. They are our colleagues, but we have to stand our ground. Because the same accountability is expected from universities. For example, do they avail all the minutes of their meetings? Do they avail the minutes of the governance? So it's both ways, on our part as Zim chair and on their part. But what it also means is that we need to go into the governance literature and say, if you are to be said you are transparent, what are those cardinal elements? If you are accountable to the institutions, do we just demand the money for the sake of demanding and they don't understand how it is used? If we can demonstrate, we are also indicating that we are accountable to our stakeholders. Probably for now, but it's an area we might want to delineate, operationalize what are those elements of accountability and the elements of transparency. And we are now going into governance cardinal elements, which we need to do. And that is also part of the new public management, which helps us that we have to be accountable and transparent. That's why also we need to be evaluated by our peers. We need to be evaluated. And these universities are also asked about us. Because normally when we are evaluated, universities will also be asked by those who evaluate to say, are they transparent with their peer reviewers or they take their friends? I think those are the issues, Doc, which I need to elaborate. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kwandai. Any other questions? So let's thank Dr. Kwandai and his team. Dr. Green, are you coming up then? So our next presentation is by Dr. Whitfield Green on transformation as quality and quality as transformation. Can you bring up the presentation, please? And thank you to the speakers so far who've kept very well to time. They've made my task easy. Can we have Dr. Green's presentation, please? Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. So you're giving me a veiled warning to stick to time. Good afternoon or morning, colleagues. Really great to be here and to be able to make this presentation. So my input today is on the link between transformation and quality and quality assurance, as we are seeking to make it and to make it quite strongly in the South African context. It is more of a conceptual reflective paper supported by a bit of empirical work at the end. So transformation has a particular meaning in the South African context. And Dr. Zavada referenced this yesterday when she spoke, that transformation is not just in terms of change, it's in terms of a particular kind of change that we seek to work towards in the South African context. And so whenever we talk about transformation, we talk about it from the perspective of what are we transforming towards. And so what kind of higher education are we seeking to establish in South Africa, given our history of colonialism and apartheid? As we move into democracy, what kind of higher education system do we want for the country? And so one of the first policy papers in democratic South Africa was a white paper on transformation published in 1997. And it had a particular vision for higher education in the country. That a transformed higher education system was one that would promote equity of access and fair chances of success. So not just access, but also success. And so you can see that dimension already coming through quite strongly there. The focus on access as a transformative issue, but the focus on success as well as a quality issue. While eradicating all forms of unfair discrimination and advancing redress of past inequalities. That our higher education system had to be geared towards meeting national development needs. That in our higher education system, through our higher education institutions, that we needed to support a democratic ethos, a culture of human rights, through the educational programs and through the practices in higher education. That we would have to be promoting critical discourse, creative thinking, cultural tolerance, and a common commitment to humane, non-racist and non-sexist social order. That higher education must be about the advancement of all forms of knowledge and scholarship, and that not just knowledge and scholarship for itself, but knowledge and scholarship towards addressing the diverse problems and the demands of the local, national, regional, and global contexts. So setting the scene for higher education in the country right at the outset of democracy. We take what we call is a broad and deep view of transformation. That transformation goes beyond demographics. South Africa has done really good in that aspect. If you look at participation in higher education, we've made significant strides in terms of more equitable participation of our different race groups, our different class groups, and particularly in relation to gender, where females are now a greater percentage of our students in higher education. So demographics and the optics and the kind of look of transformation, one could say, is in place. But transformation has to go much deeper than that. And so when we talk about transformation in the South African context, we also talk about transformed practices, what we refer to as deep transformation, transforming the practices of higher education and the experiences of people in higher education. So practices in terms of teaching and learning, practices in terms of research and community engagement, research and innovation, practices in terms of leadership and management, transformation in relation to those. So just to emphasize then, it goes beyond a simple focus on numbers, transformation by number, to a focus on how the substance, the ideologies and practices of higher education can advance transformation or actually work against transformation by the way that they attribute power and the way they distribute privilege. So really useful, I think, conception then of this notion of broad transformation, and broad transformation particularly in the higher education space, is to think about the dimensions of transformation, the dimensions in which transformation can play out. If we're thinking about transformation as practice and transformation as being part of the DNA of our higher education systems. So, and this kind of rubric by Lucia and a group of researchers from the Human Sciences Research Council, who's just done a piece of work for the CHE South Africa on the state of quality in higher education, picked up on these kind of dimensions. That transformation plays out in higher education in terms of governance, leadership, and management, and you can see in terms of some of the goals for governance, leadership, and management in terms of transformation. Transformation plays out in the higher education experience, the experience of people in transformation, be it the students, be it the staff, be it the leaders, the managers, the governance structures, and so on. That transformation plays out in teaching and learning in higher education. That transformation plays out in research and knowledge production in higher education. And that transformation plays out in community engagement and societal relevance. So transformation playing out in all the dimensions of transformation is a key view of transformation as being broad and deep. A further focus on transformation we have in the South African context is to make the distinction between transformation in higher education, so transforming our higher education institutions in and of themselves, and transforming their practices, but also transformation by higher education. Trying to understand, trying to advance the transformative power of higher education institutions to transform the societies in which they operate. So not just transformation in higher education, but also garnering the transformative power of higher education institutions to transform society. So it's through those lenses that we try to engage transformation in higher education, through understanding that transformation plays out in the range of dimensions. It's not just a demographic issue. It's much deeper and much broader than that. And that transformation must be about transformation in institutions and also transformation by higher education institutions. But coming on now to the link between transformation and quality, and then transformation and quality assurance. Right at the outset of democracy, we had already identified quality as a particular aspect of transformation. So you can see in the pursuit of transformation in higher education, we had to be pursuing transformation through a focus on equity and redress, through a focus on democratization, through a focus on development, through a focus on quality, through a focus on effectiveness and efficiency, academic freedom, institutional autonomy, and public accountability. Quality put at the center, right at the beginning, in terms of our transformation objective. That white paper goes on to explain the principle of equality in terms both of what quality is. So quality in terms of our white paper and our approach, maintaining and applying academic and educational standards in higher education. And then it also points to quality assurance in relation to that. And quality assurance, evaluating quality, evaluating services and products against set standards with the view to improvement, renewal, and progress. So a transformative view on quality assurance from the higher education perspective is a view of improvement, a view on renewal, and a view on progress. Quality assurance not as a punitive exercise, set in place right from the beginning. Since inception of the CHE 26 years ago, the CHE has linked quality and transformation. In the founding document of our Higher Education Quality Committee, published in 2001, you can see how transformation is defined in that document. Social equity, quality, fundamental institutional and cultural change. So in taking forward quality, we have to be taking forward the transformative agenda in higher education. Right? A serious higher education transformation agenda must prioritize quality as a key policy lever. So quality has to be understood in the context of transformation and the transformation agenda. Equity without quality is meaningless, while quality cannot be pursued in isolation from the goal of equity. So we can't have a transformed higher education system if it's not a quality system. Likewise, we can't have a quality system if it's not a transformed higher education system. For South Africa, the lens is always transformation and quality as two sides of the same coin. And so our transformation work then has to be about transformation and quality. Transformation as quality, quality as transformation. There are several researchers that concur with this. And so Badat, for example, in 2003, argued strongly that quality and equity cannot be considered as parallel vectors, rather have to be brought together as two sides of the same coin. Akuji and Nkomo, access initiatives, key components of higher education transformation, and that it is possible that access can be institutionalized through quality and a focus on quality assurance. And in Wang 2023, access, quality, and equity are fundamental pillars that are driving a transformation in higher education. So if we're moving forward with quality focus and quality assurance in the absence of notions of transformation, then we have to question whether we actually are pursuing the quality goal in higher education. The CHE has just published a new quality assurance framework, which Dr. Zavada referred to yesterday. And that quality assurance framework takes this notion of transformation strongly on board. So it positions higher education institutions as sites of personal, social, cultural, and political change. It indicates strongly that the QAF must, and our external quality assurance, must deal with the ongoing challenges of transformation. That the progress we're making with deep transformation in the South African higher education system is slow, and we must use quality assurance as one of the levers to increase the pace of transformation in relation to higher education. Right? So for us at the CHE, in practical terms, how are we wanting to go about this? In developing a new set of higher education practice standards for higher education, and Dr. Zavada outlined the approach yesterday, our view is that if we embed understanding of transformation in the higher education practice standards, and the higher education practice standards become vehicles that codify practice in higher education, and that higher education institutions buy into those codified practices and actually implement them in institutions, then we take on board transformation imperatives into higher education practices. That if we use quality assurance based on these higher education practice standards to understand quality, and if the higher education practice standards have transformation embedded in them, then quality assurance can assist to drive transformation in higher education. So the hypothesis then that we have as the CHE is that if a comprehensive, broad and deep view of transformation is embedded in our higher education practice standards and in their guidelines, and if the higher education practice standards form the basis of all quality assurance activities, and that they underpin practice in institutions, actual practice, then the CHE and the sector will be able to advance transformation in more meaningful ways through quality assurance based on the higher education practice standards. And so the question that I had asked, and that we're asking the groups as they're developing these higher education practice standards, is to what extent are the higher education practice standards actually taking on board a comprehensive, a deep and broad, a meaningful multidimensional approach to higher education transformation. And so the short piece of empirical work that was undertaken for the basis of this presentation was really just to look at one of our higher education practice standards that have been developed up to now. And then to use the dimensions proposed by Lauscher, those 5 dimensions of higher education transformation, to understand whether the higher education practice standard actually took those dimensions on board, particularly in the specific themes of the higher education practice standard and in the guiding questions that the higher education practice standard comprises of. And then in addition to that, also using the lens of, is the standard focusing on transformation in higher education as well as transformation by higher education, in line with the 2 aspects that we'd like to drive in terms of transformation, higher education transformation in the country. So this particular standard that I used to analyze is the standard on program design. Program development, and program delivery. That particular standard has 121 guiding questions spread across, I think, 11 themes in the standard. And so each of those themes and the questions were analyzed using those 5 dimensions and then using this notion of transformation in higher education and transformation by higher education. So you can see our 16 standards as Dr. Zavada presented yesterday, and the particular one that's the focus of this presentation is program and module design, review and improvement. So here's 3 examples, just looking at the guideline questions. So in this particular standard, right, there's 121 questions. Here's just 3 examples of questions. So guideline question 2 under theme 1 in the standard. Planning and design is the theme. Reads as follows. What measures do higher education institutions take to ensure that programs offered are strategically and financially viable, sustainable, socially and environmentally just? Right? So from my perspective and using that analytic rubric of those 5 dimensions, I think this question specifically refers to the transformation dimension of community engagement and societal relevance. Right? Furthermore, it relates to the role that higher education institutions can play in the just transformation of societies and environments through the programs that they offer. So the focus on the role of higher education institutions as agencies that are transforming the societies in which they exist. As a second example, guideline question 24 under theme 2. The theme is stakeholders, stakeholder involvement, and so on. How representative is the sample of students who participated in curriculum decision-making of the targeted student profile of the programs or modules under development and review, right? And for me, using those dimensions then, this guideline question pointed to equitable and representative participation of students in participatory curriculum development processes, and it relates to higher education experiences of students, and thus to transformation in higher education. And then a third guideline question as a final example. In what ways do programs offered by the institution reflect South Africa's transformation imperatives? Is a specific question that's asked, right? For the institutions to reflect on as they're reflecting on the standard and their ability to work with the standard, right? So this guideline question is clearly then in relation to the teaching and learning dimension, and it relates to responsive, relevant, decolonized curriculum and the role that curriculum and programs can play to advance transformation. So transformation by higher education. So one can see then across the standard in the 121 questions that there are specific questions that hone in on transformation imperatives. So the understanding that transformation is part of the practice of developing programs and designing programs. And if it's part of the practice of designing and developing programs, it's going to be part of the practice of implementing programs and with advancing transformation through this manner. So this just provides a quick overview then of this particular standard and the extent to which it addresses transformation. So the transformation dimensions in the first column, and you can see in each of those transformation dimensions, there are questions that related to that transformation dimension, right? And then also in relation to whether the standard focuses on transformation in higher education and transformation by higher education, certainly the standard does both, right? It contains elements that are about transforming higher education practices in the institution, transforming the institution, but it is also about the institution transforming the context in which it's operating. One glaring gap there is that this standard does not have any questions that relate to research and knowledge production in relation to program design, which we now are going to point out to this community of practice. Here's a gap. Certainly, there are issues related to research and knowledge production in curriculum and program development that are transformation related. And so this can then be used as a way to review our higher education practice standards, particularly in relation to their transformation focus, and then to improve those standards in relation to transformation, so that the standards then do become a really valuable vehicle to drive higher education transformation in the country. So in conclusion then, colleagues, we can't only say that quality assurance can drive transformation. Higher education is a space in which multiple steering mechanisms, multiple levers have to be deployed. And in the South African context, we deploy funding as a mechanism for steering. We also deploy planning as a mechanism for steering the sector. But the third key mechanism for steering is quality assurance. And we think if we can deploy these three mechanisms together, including quality assurance, we can drive transformation in a much more meaningful fashion. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you, Dr. Green. Any questions or comments for Dr. Green? Okay, let's start with Professor Menon here. Can we have the mic? Well, your mic should work. And then can we have the mic over there, please, for Zone? You can go ahead, Kirti.
Thanks, Witty, for such an informative presentation and linking it back to transformation. I was wondering whether the CHE, as the external quality assurance agency, has a plan for bedding this down, these questions that go for each higher education practice standard, whether there's a process for bedding it down with academics. Because the academics, we have 3,000 full-time academics and another 1,000 who are on contract or come in for particular areas. But I would hate to think that that belongs to a quality assurance unit within the university. So is there a plan to bed this down and get academics to begin to think and frame curriculum in these ways? Yeah, that's my question. I think that's a bit clear. Yeah.
Zone?
Good afternoon, colleagues. Thank you, Dr. Green, for the thought-provoking presentation. Mine is a comment, and I like the fact that you have touched on using transformation to change the way of doing things as institutions and also as regulatory bodies. Mine is linked to the recent initiative by the South African Council on Higher Education by launching the student engagement in quality assurance. That's a good move for me. You are then saying to institutions, we need to transform the way of doing things, and we need to ensure that we involve our students in quality assurance in higher education. And that will also mean that we place and we put our students first, and we ensure that the services that we provide the students will have the opportunity, and they will also have a voice in the way that we do things as institutions. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I just check if there are other, Dr. Demas?
Thank you very much for the presentation, Dr. Green. I have two observations. One, it is really an important and helpful approach, especially with the hypothesis in that, so that it reminds us that we need, or we ought to set the expected outcome from whatever initiative we are developing, so that we don't just at the end of the, or somewhere later, we now wake up and say, okay, to what extent has this contributed? It's very good to note that one started with the end in mind. And my question related to that is, to what extent or how is the plan in terms of measuring or monitoring the impact of this? I see the questions that are going to the institution, but for the agency itself, what is the plan? How will you monitor this process or evaluate it? At what intervals would you evaluate and see whether the initiative, this, what you are putting in place, is really responding to or is giving results that you expected to see? That is the first comment or first question. The second one, I really also appreciate the study, Transformation of and By. It talks very much to the work that is going on under INQUAHE, and that is the second global study on higher education and quality assurance, in which myself and Dr. Kwandai are participating. And the transformative power of quality assurance is one of the key elements that we need to talk about. So I was just wondering, in developing this, did you assess, for example, the situation on the African continent? Can I depend on you to find more information on the state of transformative power of quality assurance on the continent? And then secondly, I will just also again want to say, this is, I can proudly use the information that we, just to say within the Southern region, there are initiatives, for example, in the South Africa in terms of, delving into transformative. So thank you very much, and well done. Yeah, it's good for the region. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Green, you want to take those three?
Thanks very much. Maybe to start off with Kurtzi's one, and a couple of things. So, and what I didn't emphasize in this particular presentation is not just the use of these standards as quality assurance tools, but also as capacity development tools. Because if we are thinking about these standards in terms of codes of practice, then they lend themselves to building capacity in that area of practice. So one of the intentions of the CHE then is to roll out strong capacity development initiatives for, and I do strongly agree with you, the practitioners in that area of practice. So if it's a program design, delivery, and so on, it is the academics that ultimately are the first kind of people that design their programs and conceptualize curricula and so on. And other standards, there'll be different practitioners. But certainly to have this kind of approach. Obviously the CHE can't do it on its own. And we are going to rely on the community to assist. And particularly the communities of practice that helped us to design these standards must also then become the resources that help us to build capacity around these standards going forward. It's not going to be a once-off thing, it's not going to be a quick thing, it's a time-bound thing. And that's why we're also emphasizing the need to hold these standards standard over time, you know, so that we don't kind of willy-nilly change. We kind of give the time for the sector to embrace, to learn, to develop, to interpret, to understand, to contextualize, to implement as we go forward. So utilizing all our quality assurance work with the same standards over time in a more consistent fashion. And I think in that way to also build. But I mean, you put your finger on a really difficult issue. We have lots and lots of people in the system that will need to understand this, and how do we reach all of them in meaningful ways. So I think in terms of measuring impact, so the standards will also be quality assurance instruments. So when we undertake accreditation, we're undertaking accreditation against the standards. When we undertake any kind of quality review in the South African context, be it an institutional review or a team review, we are undertaking against these standards. And so the outcomes that come from those reviews are against the standards. And so we'll be able to track performance, responsiveness of these standards through the quality assurance exercises. We've developed, in parallel to this, and Britta referred to it yesterday, quality assurance dashboards. So for every institution, with every exercise of quality assurance we undertake, the outcomes of that quality assurance exercise will be captured in our quality assurance dashboards, and that will help us to monitor. In addition to that, the CHE is also developing a transformation monitoring framework that our research and advice directorate will lead. And it will have particular indicators in relation to higher education transformation, and it will monitor that annually as we move, as the CHE takes on this area of work more steadily. I think the suggestion that we should look at the continent in terms of how this issue is being approached, particularly in relation to quality assurance, is a useful one. But I would be wary of just trying to compare, because I think we might be comparing apples with oranges. You know, an inquiry interpretation of transformation might be very different from a South African interpretation of transformation and a Namibian interpretation. But certainly, are there efforts being made through quality assurance and an emphasis on quality to drive transformation? Might be a useful lens to use.
Zonis was a comment, so that's fine. Any other questions for Dr. Green? No more questions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Can I just check with Kunda? Do we just carry on with the next two presentations? Okay, but then I'm just going to hand over to the chair for that session, which is my colleague, Dr. Precious Sepuka from the CHE. She's standing in for Eswatini.
Thank you, Dr. Zawada. I'm not sure if all the presenters are available. In the interest of time, what I have with me is Batovile Dlamini, who will be looking at the effectiveness of external quality assurance in blended and online learning, a case study of Eswatini. Oh, okay. Apparently, the presenter couldn't make the conference. Could I kindly request the next presenter to approach the podium? And please forgive me, I do not necessarily have your titles, so please bear with me. I will just go according to the names that I have on this particular program. According to my program, the next presentation then would be from Evans Lifuka. Is the presenter available? I think he might have just stepped out for a minute. Yeah. Is the presentation ready? Is it coming through? Or should we move on to the next presentation rather? Is it in the next room? Apparently. Yeah, because he was not first on the list, he might have gone to the next room. So I'm not sure how you want us to approach this session. Should we wait for him? Or we go to the next? All right, so I've been advised to go to the next presenters. The next presenters would be Marian Ndonga, Jacqueline Mlenga, Felix Musonda, Clifford Mwamba, and Overson Chumba. Are the presenters ready? Oh, there we go. Thank you.
Thank you.
Could we please have the presentation?
Okay, thanks very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, I'm going to make a presentation on the best practices of internal quality assurance of branded and online programs, the case study of the Copperbelt University. So I'm presenting on behalf of my group. I'm with Mariana Mutonga, Jacqueline Mlenga, Overson Shumba, and Felix Musonda. They could not make it to be with us here, so I'm representing them. I hope they will be with me in spirit. Like yesterday I said, when somebody is not with you, he may be with you in spirit, just like our Lord Jesus said when he was going, that I'm going, but I'm not leaving you alone, I'm leaving you with the Holy Spirit, which will be with you. So I hope I'll be with them in spirit. Okay, that's just about me. Okay. So, first of all, I would like just to tell you the outline of my presentation, how we took this study. So this study was basically focused on the Copperbelt University just to outline what are the best practices the university is using on online and branded learning programs. So first of all, we did just a bit of literature review, but the main focus was on the Copperbelt University, where we conducted some interviews with the departments which are concerned with implementing internal quality assurance. So on introduction, internal quality assurance is a systematic process within an institution to ensure that its products, services, or processes meet established standards and requirements. IQA involves evaluating the quality of teaching, learning, and assessment to ensure that students receive high-quality education. So, what are the importance of internal quality assurance? Why should institutions of higher learning be concerned with implementing an internal quality assurance? There are some benefits which come with implementing an internal quality assurance, such as it fosters continuous improvement. It brings about accountability, student satisfaction. Because in the landscape of education, we're dealing with our stakeholders. Our stakeholders, the students, the government, the employers, and the industry as a whole. So when we undertake this quality assurance system or mechanism, we make sure that we become accountable to our stakeholders and also satisfy their needs or their expectation. So, IQ of branded and online learning. So what is branded learning? So branded learning is simply the thoughtful fusion of face-to-face and the online learning experience. That is according to Garrison and Vaughan. You fuse both the online and the face-to-face. While the online learning is a method of instruction that is delivered entirely online without face-to-face interaction. Generic quality aspects apply to all modes of delivery, though they are unique aspects but peculiar to branded and online. So what are these unique aspects of internal quality assurance on online learning? Addressing technological challenges. Because as you are aware, in delivering the online learning, you need technology. You need to use technology to reach out to your student. So this can be a challenge to institution of learning, because sometimes you don't have the required equipment to do so, or maybe even the students themselves, they're having difficulties to have the gadgets to use in their learning, or even sometimes we have got issues to do with internet challenges and all. Promoting equity and accessibility. So the online learning has got also the unique aspect in that it's able to promote the equity and the accessibility. You imagine a person who is disabled, that person on an online learning platform has got equal access like a person who is able-aided. You would find if it's a physical learning facilities, some of the students are disadvantaged. But with the online learning, there are no barriers. So what are some of the global practices of IQA which we found in literature? I must also mention that much of the literature is appearing in the full paper, so I just got some extract for this presentation because of interest in time and just to make sure that I deliver this presentation in time. So, internal quality assurance of branded and online learning is applied different in various education contexts. Different internal quality mechanisms have been employed to ensure branded and online learning programs, which are most prevalent, are implemented effectively so as to enhance training both globally, regionally, and locally. Some of the practices or the measures that have been put in place to ensure internal quality assurance from the global perspective are those that ensure the development and use of framework for quality assuring open education resources. So the other aspect of the global practice of IQA is to prioritize quality in the development of branded learning courses, to evaluate branded learning courses and identify their strengths, weaknesses for improvement. composition of frameworks, standards for course designs, delivery and assessment so as to assure alignment with institution educational goals. Continuous professional development for faculty is emphasized as a best practice to enable to implement and uphold internal quality assurance. So now, we'll try now to zero in to the Copperbelt University, which was our main focus in this paper. Like I said in my preamble, most of the focus was on the Copperbelt University. So what I just gave in was just a brief, the literature we did, and we extracted some of the things. But the main emphasis was on the Copperbelt University. So the Copperbelt University has been conducting online and branded learning opportunities for students. Even the time of COVID up to now, the Copperbelt is a dual institution offering both the online and the branded programs. And I must say, up to now, a lot of success has been recorded in that area because the programs are still running smoothly without major difficulties. So, in our trying to understand the quality assurance, the internal quality mechanism at the Copperbelt, how it's done. The Copperbelt University has got 3 major units which are involved in the delivery of online and branded learning programs. We have the Directorate of Distance and Open Learning as a center which coordinates all activities for the online learning. We have got also the Directorate of Information and Communication Technology to give support to students and the staff, the lecturers, in the delivery of the online programs. The Center for Academic Development plays a role of an overseer in terms of quality. It helps the lecturers who are on delivery of the learning programs with the necessary skills to help them deliver their programs. So it plays an oversight role. So in conducting our study for this one, we conducted interviews to key personnel in the 3 departments I've mentioned: the Center for Academic Development, the Directorate of Information and Communication Technology, and the Directorate of Distance and Online Learning. So what we did, we structured some questions and we were asking them to give feedback how they are conducting their programs, what quality aspects are being conducted to ensure that there is quality in the delivery of the programs. And from our analysis of the information we got, there are lessons which were drawn. So number 1, the first lesson which we learned that Copperbelt University has been successful in conducting the online and the branded learning programs because of the consistent quality assurance policy across all learning programs. The Copperbelt University in 2019, with the help of the Commonwealth of Learning, did develop a quality assurance policy for both the physical and the online learning. So this policy has been a guide for the staff and the student how they should be able to conduct the learning and also the teaching. And it has been consistent because of this policy. When it comes to admission, the same standards used for students being enrolled on branded learning programs, those who are doing online learning, the university is using the same standard. So if the university has got a standard like you should have a minimum of credits in all the subjects at grade 12. So the admission criteria for the branded and the online is the same. The other thing is consistency in quality of teaching and learning. This consistency has been achieved by the fact that the lecturers who teach on the branded programs are the same lecturers who are teaching on the online programs. So this has brought about the consistency, because in some other cases you would find in the other institution, the people who are teaching are different. But with the Copperbelt University, this is consistency. The staff who are teaching are the same. Robust student support. The Directorate of Distance and Open Learning does the coordination of all the programs in the university when it comes to online. So what they do, apart from giving information on the courses which are on offer, they go an extra mile to give the student whatever support is needed. So if the student has got difficulty in a subject, has got any problem they want to be addressed, the Director of Distance and Open Learning gives all the necessary support. The lesson is technological support from DICT. That acronym, I think I mentioned it, stands for Directorate of Information and Communication Technology. It gives support to both the students and the staff in terms of support to online platforms which the university has provided, such as the Moodle and the Zoom. So all the staff have been defined. They have been given, the university got the license where the lecturers can conduct lessons on those platforms. And the student too can go and access the lessons through the same platform. Adaptability. This system, the university ensure that whatever situation the student are in, it tries to adapt in whatever situation the student are. For instance, for the online programs, usually these are undertaken, the student will be away for about 3 months, and they come for their exams in the 2 weeks, and the system try to adapt to the system. All the lecturers now prepare. What are they going to offer during that 2-week period? So they will look at what can be done when the students are away and the students are there. So it's adaptable. And there is also a student feedback. In trying to improve the quality of teaching, learning at the university has set up an online evaluation of the teaching and learning, which we call the SAQAT. So using this platform, students have been given an opportunity to evaluate their lecturers, their teaching. And after every academic year, the reports are drawn from the system, because the system itself, once the students make comment, the reports are generated. And these reports are used for making improvement in terms of whatever the students are saying, in terms of the teaching, the course. The university uses this. And this has been seen as a very effective way, because the university has been able to get feedback and make necessary improvements which are needed. Though there have been those lessons to be learned, the system hasn't come with challenges. The university had challenges such as malpractice in terms of the online, because sometimes the student can be somewhere else and you're not guaranteed whether they are actually writing on their own or the work has been given to somebody, or they are consulting books. Limited infrastructure has also been a challenge. Us being a developing country, our institution has got limited infrastructure. So this has been in some way hindered the progress of the online and the blended learning. Financial constraints has also been a challenge, in that all the equipment which are needed to be purchased for the purpose of learning has not been adequately funded. Limited technical skills by some faculty staffs. When it comes to blended and online learning, the lecturers need to have the necessary skills to do the delivery. So what has been found, you would find, because of technology, especially some lecturers, especially older lecturers, those who are there, most of the time they grew up in an era where the technology was limited, and in some cases you would find some of the lecturers on the staff haven't really acquired all the necessary skills to deliver on online learning and use the platform which have been provided. So the recommendation: integrate ICT tools like simulators and virtual labs for improved practical delivery. With online learning, the students are not there, so they have been limited access to the equipment. So ICT tools like simulators can really help. Train educators on using these technologies. Like I was trying to outline, you'd find some staffs have got limited expertise in these technological issues. So the university should constantly try to improve and train the educators, collaborate with industry partners for practical assessment. So in some countries, you'd find students can go to the industry, do their practicals, and be assessed there. Even when you have got limited equipment, but with a partnership with the industry, that can be achieved. So, okay. Thanks very much. That's the end of my presentation. Thank you.
A round of applause for the presenter, please. Thank you very much. Before we go to questions, I just have one announcement. I have been informed that there's a vehicle with open windows. The registration number is BAU 8911. BAU 8911. Your windows are open. Thank you. Is it, oh, BAV. Oh.
8491.
Is it 84?
8411.
Oh, apparently it's BAV 8411. Okay. BAV 8411. Thank you. Do we have any questions? I see a hand at the back. Could we please have a mic? Right at the back.
Yeah, good. Is it afternoon? Yeah, good afternoon, sir. Yeah, I think I've got maybe just two comments. So the first comment is your presentation is a scientific paper, so I was expecting some references. I don't know if I just didn't see, but the entire presentation didn't have references. Okay, so as a scholar, you need to show us which documents are supporting your presentation. And then I was also expecting you to mention in your presentation, because of the idea that at CBU, you are running what is called an e-campus, which should also be part of your presentation. And from the information that I have is e-campus is a partnership with other foreign institutions. Okay, and I want to draw you to a situation where Mulungushi did transfer some students to CBU under the e-campus platform. And initially the program that these students enrolled to at Mulungushi, when they were transferred to CBU, the program changed to a different program, and the students only learned of it at the point of graduation, when they were told that you'll be offered this qualification because it wasn't accredited at CBU, but it was accredited at Mulungushi. Okay, so I was hoping that those issues were supposed to be picked as challenges in your presentation, and apparently they are missing. So I would want you to respond to these two issues, and then if those others come up, we'll definitely get back. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, thank you for those two questions.
Maybe we can just take two more questions before you can answer, so that we can wrap up, if you don't mind. I see a hand in front here. Please go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Julius. For me, I just want to, Dr. Mwamba, to expand on the limited infrastructure as a challenge. What kind of infrastructure are we talking about? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. One more, I see a hand right at the back, on my left. Just, oh, sorry, on my right.
Thank you very much. Mr. Mwamba, I think I like your presentation, but I think I would urge you to restructure your research, because within the traditional scholarship of research, there are specific ways in which research must be presented and structured, so to say. I know again that this is not a thesis that you are, it's a research, but I'm very particular when it comes to literature reviewing. It's important that when you're doing literature review, you explain just a little bit on how your literature was conducted, or even tell us whether it was a narrative literature review, meta-analysis, or something like that. And you probably can also explain how the keywords in your literature helped in your literature search. I think this is very important, just in your introductory part of your literature. Of course, you did mention that it was a summary. Thank you.
Thank you for that question. I'll just take one more right at the back as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Doc, for the presentation. I just wanted you to clarify, if possible, what you mean by blended system. I think that will help us to appreciate what really it is, because in as far as I'm concerned, blended system will blended system is not a traditional system. Maybe you can help us understand that one. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks very much for those questions. I think I'll start from the two questions from a colleague there. He talked of eCampus. He expected me to talk about it. eCampus is an online platform. Like you said, CBU is doing it in conjunction with Astria in America. But when I talked of Directorate of Distance and Open Learning, it's the one which is in charge of online learning, and also they also offer the blended. So the eCampus is also part of the Directorate of Open and Distance Learning is doing. So I didn't just want to specify, or maybe to go into detail to mention, but it's also part. There's a lot which is under there. On the references, I think maybe the next time I would include more references on the literature. But I think when I started, we thought of looking in the interest of time, try to focus more on what was done at CBU. But what we got out, what was presented on literature there, was just a summary. But the full papers got all the literature and all the references are there. The other question was infrastructure challenge. On infrastructure challenge, what CBU has got infrastructure challenge in that the platforms like the classroom where the lecturer can go and deliver. They are limited classrooms which have got those facilities for online projection. So you'd find you have a selected number of classrooms where you conduct your lessons, and sometimes that becomes an hindrance, because most of the time you want to deliver, you want to go maybe to go into a classroom where there are those facilities, but it's not all the classroom and all the buildings which you have. So that has become a challenge to the university. So that's what I meant in terms of infrastructure. Dr. Lifuka talked about the structure. Okay, that is well appreciated, Doc. I think in the next you'll try to do and include more references and more more literature to be cited, but we thought maybe we reduce on that and concentrate on the aspect to do with the study at CBO. So I think the next we'll try to do more on that. On the literature, can you just repeat on the other question on literature you had? Yes. Yeah.
You explained briefly in your introductory part how your literature was conducted, even the type of literature that was conducted, as well as explaining a little bit on the parameters in terms of the inclusion and exclusion criteria of literature review. Otherwise, if you don't explain that in your introductory part, it becomes like you are, I call it swimming in the literature. Like whatever you find sounds sweet, you include it. Anything you find, you include it. So I thought I should just give a word of caution, so to say.
So I take it as a comment. Okay, not a question. Okay.
I think there was a last one. There was a last comment.
No.
Has it been answered?
Yes, I've answered the three. Okay. To be honest, on those students who were transferred from Nungushi and the CBO, I don't know much. If I had to comment, I will not give the correct picture. So I think, I'm not sure what happened on that one. So I don't have enough information to comment on that.
Thank you very much to the speaker. Please, a round of applause. I hope that the conversations actually continue outside this room and outside this conference itself, so that we can learn from each other and actually strengthen the networking. The next session will be the previous presenter who we couldn't find. Now we found him, I hope. Is it professor? Is it doctor? Evans Lifuka, who will be presenting on the conceptual framework for quality delivery of open distance learning.
Good afternoon, everyone. I know you are very tired and almost going for lunch, so I'll try as much as possible to be brief and quick. So I'll need your attention so that you can make very good critique. If you look in your booklet, the title is a little bit different from what I'm presenting. I've added theoretical in front of that particular title, which is in your brochures. So it's theoretical and conceptual framework for quality delivery of open and distance learning. That's the title. Layout of the presentation, I'll look at the introduction, theoretical framework, conceptual framework, and conclusion. But before I go into details, I would like to mention that what I'm presenting is drawn from my PhD thesis that was presented at University of Southampton in 2018. So this presentation is based on the theoretical and conceptual framework that draws on unpublished doctoral thesis of the author. It consists of human capital, globalization, stakeholder, and open systems theories. So the idea behind using these theories is not to show how they are linked, but to use their distinctive features to explain how they may guide the conceptualization of open and distance learning. In other words, the presentation explains the theoretical framework's influence on quality assurance policies for higher education through regulating and monitoring universities that offer open and distance learning. And by the way, one would want to ask, why open and distance learning and not a traditional face-to-face? The idea is that, the answer is simple. Open and distance learning in its own right must be quality assured in the same way other modes of delivery are being quality assured. And besides that, it also offers specific unique points that may not be the same in terms of quality assurance with other modes of delivery. So furthermore, the conceptual framework explains the university's institutionalization of national quality assurance policies for ODL as enforcements along with their internal quality assurance processes. Now, the theoretical framework. Like I said, there are three theories in this particular theoretical and conceptual framework. The theoretical framework highlights the influence of the human capital theory, globalization and stakeholder, and open systems theories in national quality assurance, policy development for institutions of higher learning that provide education through ODL, meaning that these three theories play a significant role when it comes to policy formulation, and again, when it comes to institutionalizing of those policies, universities must consider or must take into consideration this with regard to these three policies. Human capital theory. One of the assumptions of human capital theory is that education is an engine of growth and key to the development in every society, and of course based on quantity and based on quality and quantity. Furthermore, that particular researcher points out that in most of the countries in Europe, education has been re-theorized under human capital theory as an economic device and is the most influential theory helping in the development of government education policies since the early 1960s. And those two other authors hold that human capital theory provides the justification for large public expenditure on education in both development and developing nations. This explains why the theory is used as a theoretical underpinning in the adoption of education and development of policies in a number of countries. So the theory has been criticized. You may wish to know that it has been criticized by some scholars on different accounts. But another author asserts that the human capital theory does not, another author, or the author, explains that it doesn't actually bring out clearly how education or other forms of human investment directly relate to improvements in education and income. So although it has been criticized by other authors, this criticism has remained popular, in higher education research, but in this case, it does not outweigh the theory's strength. Another theory that we focused on was the globalization theory. The globalization theory has several meanings depending on the context and one's schools of thought. In this context, the influence of the globalization theory concerns its impact on higher education. The theory addresses mass demand for higher education and the needs of society in terms of educated human resource. Okay, it continues to exert influence, especially in developing countries' higher education policies. That is according to Philip Outbach. This implies that the most affected are developing countries like Zambia and those countries with similar characteristics as Zambia that are now finding it difficult to develop their higher education policies to fit their needs. That is according to Jagan Henders. In fact, the theory has permeated through developing countries in terms of governance systems and policy formulation, including education policies that were traditionally the responsibility of individual sovereign state, with no influence from outside pressures. Therefore, globalization theory has implications for universities, which are among the most globally sensitive of all human institutions. That is according to Professor Simon Marginson. Stakeholder theory is another one. So the term stakeholding has recently become more popular, not only in management literature, but in higher education and policy studies. Stakeholder theory begins with the assumption that values are necessary and explicitly a part of doing business. And therefore, it is the manager's duty to articulate the shared sense of the value that they create, including what attracts core stakeholders together. So the theory claims that managers should ensure that they take account of the legitimate interests of the stakeholders, such as making business decisions. I'm aware that when we're developing policies, one of the issues that HEA is demanding that when you develop a program, you need to do stakeholder analysis. So stakeholders are very important in what we are doing, even in policy formulation. Therefore, creating value for stakeholders is important so long as the reason is not to avoid government regulations and laws. So the point of departure is to understand how universities manage their quality assurance system, taking into account the various demands and expectations of their stakeholders. Remember, each stakeholder has a stake, and the stakes are different. The point of departure is to understand how universities manage their quality assurance system, taking into account of the demands, like I've said. It should be noted that university response to these demands and expectations is not in any way a sign of weakness, but rather a strategic choice that gives it leverage to contain external pressure. So now we go to the last one, the last theory. Organizations as open systems theory, operate as open systems theory. So universities actually operate as open systems theory because they allow, information from outside to permeate, but it's up to the university to decide what is it that they're going to sieve or what is it that they're going to take on. So open systems refers to the concept that organizations are greatly influenced by the environment in which these universities are set up. So in most cases, open systems have the capacity to maintain themselves based on the throughput of resources from the environment. What this means is that organizations must be in constant touch with the environment that they operate in this case, the universities. So according to this model, an organization such as a university would be judged to be productive, to be a productive system if it interacts with its environment, drawing certain inputs from it and converting these to outputs that are offered back to it. Therefore, universities have taken on a form of open systems approach with elements of a closed door position, meaning that not everything that comes from the community or society will be taken on by the universities. So because of this, they have the right to accept or reject certain proposals from the environment. Now, the above elaboration justifies viewing universities as open system organizations. The chief activities of universities are affected by the conditions prevailing in a given organizational environment. So the theoretical framework for this study is based on the coexistence and operation of human capital, globalization, stakeholders, and open systems theories, and their influence on the setting of quality assurance framework, tools for ODL programs in higher education. So the figure below informs the conceptual framework in terms of policy formulation and guidelines to universities in line with global practices. So this therefore entails that there is a relationship between theoretical and the conceptual framework for this particular study. As indicated earlier in this paper, these theories are also contributing to the formulation and configuration of higher education quality assurance policies, as well as institutional quality assurance policies and mechanisms. So what I'm presenting now is a depiction of how theories that I've just explained, how they influence policy formulation. So we have the human capital theory, globalization theory, stakeholders theory, and open system theory, cascading down to policy formulation for higher education. And that also goes down to designed quality assurance frameworks for regulating and monitoring of ODL. This is where in Zambia I would place the Higher Education Authority in blue. And then once those frameworks are put in place, they have to again go down to institutions so that institutions can now institutionalize the quality assurance policies for ODL at university level. So the figure below, is that what, oh sorry, yeah. Now we move on to the conceptual framework. I wanted to explain in details about the conceptual framework, but I just wanted, due to time, I thought I should just present it and then explain. So this section presents the stakeholders and quality in higher education conceptual framework for the Inter-University Council for East and Central Africa, meaning that the conceptual framework that I'm going to present is informed by the Inter-University Council for East and Central Africa, and then followed by the Commonwealth of Learning list for criteria for quality provision at ODL, that is at institutional, then followed by the adapted and modified conceptual framework for quality assurance of ODL for this study, based on Inter-University for East and Central Africa and Commonwealth of Learning. So the rationale of presenting both the Inter-University framework and the Commonwealth of Learning list of criteria is to show how the conceptual framework for this study has evolved. So the Inter-University for East and Central Africa framework originally consists of 7 parts. That is requirements of stakeholders, education activities, transition requirements into goals and aims, research, community outreach, achieving goals and aims, and quality. Those are the main parts of that one. According to this particular framework, quality assurance in higher education is more complicated than in industry because education has many stakeholders with various demands. So the framework is based on the open systems approach. This is the framework. So it has those parts. Okay, there are requirements of stakeholders, there's enterprise there, and research, education activities, community outreach, and achieving goals, and the result is quality. So the Commonwealth of Learning also has 10 critical areas of indicators of quality assurance in institutions that offer ODL. So the conceptual framework for this study uses these 10 areas which are applicable to the Zambian context or indeed any other jurisdiction with similar characteristics as Zambia. Okay? So the Commonwealth of Learning toolkit uses 10 key indicators of quality provision as institutional benchmarks as indicated above. So this is a list for the Commonwealth of Learning. Vision, mission, planning, management, leadership, organization culture, learners, human resource and development, program design and development, course design and development, learner support, learner assessment, infrastructure and learning resources. Then the last one is research consultants and extension services. So what am I proposing? It's coming down there. So however, the conceptual framework for this study takes a broader look and has 5 main parts that include external quality assurance, stakeholders, expectation of quality assurance for ODL, the internal quality assurance mechanism for ODL at university level, the core functions of the university, and the output. So let me now push you to the very last part. So this is the conceptual framework that is being proposed for quality assurance of open and distance learning. So if you look at the far left in blue, we have external quality assurance systems, okay, which includes benchmarking, accreditation, quality audits, and peer reviews. Then down there, that is what will feed into the university. Besides, below there, we have inputs from stakeholders, which includes the Ministry of Higher Education as a definitive stakeholder. Then we have employers there. Students are included because they are at the core of receiving, the different services that universities provide. Then we also have opinion leaders and the larger society. All those must enter into the university, which we now call indicators of quality assurance for ODL at institution level. So in order to provide quality provisions at university level for open and distance learning, we need proper leadership, okay, which will steer quality assurance systems within the university. There's also management that will interpret the vision and the mission of that particular institution. We also need to have learning programs. In this case, these learning programs must be accredited. We need to have curriculum design, teaching and learning, and student assessment. Other than that, we have admission requirements there. We have training and recruitment, meaning that the quality of students that are recruited is also important. In fact, quality also begins at recruitment stage. If you recruit students that do not have capacity to even undertake a degree program, you expect the worst. And this is what we are obtaining in some of the universities. We also have quality assurance monitoring and evaluation. That is very important, and obviously this falls under internal quality assurance mechanisms. Then university resources, that is quality of academic staff is very important in the delivery of any program, and the quality of infrastructure. The previous speaker was requested to answer in terms of infrastructure. So quality infrastructure is very important if you are to deliver a program. You cannot offer a program in nursing when you don't have a skills lab. What kind of nurses are you going to produce? Student engagement. So students must be involved, okay, in quality provision. so that their views are taken on board if you are to improve in terms of internal quality assurance mechanisms, as well as giving them support. So with all those put in place, it's important that the university makes use of resources for quality assurance and institutional practice to achieve goals and objectives. This now transcends into the core functions of the university. In this case, the core functions of the university include educational processes, which is teaching and learning, and then there's research, community outreach, as well as enterprise. Enterprise has been included deliberately because university education has somehow become highly commercialized. And not only that, universities have to work with businesses outside so that they provide quality education. So the expected outcomes are quite a lot, but for the purpose of, this presentation, we limit our output to quality graduates, improved education delivery systems, and there are other expected outcomes which may include well-designed ODL programs and effective moderation and marking procedures. So these are just a few that I thought I should include as outcomes in this particular process. So conclusion, the presentation highlights the institutionalization of the national policies and guidelines as well as institutional practice of quality assurance in ODL that offer ODL. The quality of ODL in the absence of key indicators is an important area to investigate as higher education has become constantly changing. Opportunities have also been changing. The paper or the presentation narrows the gap in quality assurance practice regarding policy enforcement and its institutionalization, as well as the institutional quality assurance practice for ODL. Thank you. End of the presentation.
A round of applause for the presentation. Again, colleagues, I know you are exhausted. May we just have a few minutes for one or two questions before we wrap up the session before lunch? Any questions, comments on the presentation? Going? Oh, there's one. Thank you.
If there are no questions, I can go and
We
sit
have
down.
a microphone, please. In front. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Doc.
Good afternoon, madam.
Thank you so much for the presentation. It was well elaborate because it gave us the indicators of quality assurance for ODL. Mine is just to appreciate because in the last presentation, I could see a gap on what indicators are we trying to compare with for us to say this is quality education when we are dealing with e-learning. So this presentation has shown us what we should follow as we are trying to assess ourselves when we are offering ODL. Thank you so much for the presentation.
Thank you for that comment, but I think I also need to mention and put it on record that although a presentation like this has been made in terms of suggesting a conceptual framework that can be applicable in some of the institutions, there is also a need to contextualize, because what would be obtaining from one university might not be the same with another university. There is also the issue of infrastructure. Other universities may have infrastructure to offer open and distance learning or to offer e-learning, but the others may not have. So contextualization is very, very important. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any more questions, comments? Going? Okay, gone.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Doc, for the illuminating presentation. I have been advised due to time that the last two presentations might move to the session after lunch. I am aware that colleagues are exhausted and need to replenish not only their minds but also their bodies. So at this stage, I would humbly request the last two presenters to just bear with us and present immediately after lunch, if possible. Please, we really apologize for this inconvenience. Thank you very much. Program Director, thank you.
We are the future, and that future starts here and now.
Let's give our last moderator a big hand. I enjoyed this session thoroughly and can't wait to wind up on this session, the morning session, with our last two presenters in the afternoon. It's now 13:09. I think that we go for lunch and come back at 14:10. So that quickly we get into the last two presentations and then wind up, see how we can cover up on time so that we can finish everything that we have planned to deliberate on, to discuss, so that we feel fulfilled and achieved at the end of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, please be upstanding. Please be upstanding. It's been a long one. Thank you for your activeness. You have been very active, I love the participation, the questions, the heated times. Thank you for your honesty. Just give a high five to your neighbor and say, job well done. Job well done. Yes. You have been amazing. Yes. So, ladies and gentlemen, please, let's have lunch. The other group, I'm told, is still a little bit behind us, so we can start having lunch, then they can join us later on. Then we can quickly come back before they do. 14:10, you are here, 14:10.
See, we've never been afraid to dream big. So every day, we turn those dreams into choices. Choices that create moments to forge a path to make our dreams a reality. For us, there's no such thing as failure, only a choice to quit or keep moving forward, to take every step with unrelenting focus. Because we know that what starts here changes the world. Every challenge accepted, every goal met, every choice defines us. You see, our education is taking a step further. The University of Lusaka, the perfect partner to carry us forward.
At the Information and Communications University, we're not just educating students, we're shaping the future of Zambia and beyond. With a global perspective, ICU offers cutting-edge programs in information technology.
At the Information and Communications University, we're not just educating students, we're shaping the future of Zambia and beyond. With a global perspective, ICU offers cutting-edge programs in information technology, business, humanities, engineering, and education. We combine theory with practical skills, ensuring our graduates are ready for the job market.
Whether full-time or distance learning, our flexible programs cater to the needs of every student, creating pathways for success. ICU is driven by innovation, research, and entrepreneurship.
We empower our students to be leaders and change makers in their industries.
Through strategic global partnership, including collaboration with leading universities such as St. Petersburg State University and others, we give our students a competitive edge on the global stage.
Our graduates don't just earn degrees, they create impact. They are leading the way in ICT, business, engineering, and more, both locally and internationally. Join the Information and Communications University, where your future begins today.
To apply in the various
schools. The university hosts 5 faculties, including
Welcome
business
to
and economics,
Go,
tourism
where
and
joyful
environmental
journeys
management,
await.
law
Your
faculty,
ticket to convenience
School of
and safety in
Humanities,
Zambia.
Education, and
Whether
School
it's
of
a
Health
ride
Sciences.
across town,
In the School
a
of
scheduled
Postgraduate
school
Studies,
pickup,
the
or a
university
vital
offers
delivery,
master degree programs
Go
which are
ensures
taught, and
safety,
some are offered by
convenience,
research.
and
We are
joyful
located in the
journeys
Second
at every
Street,
turn.
Ibex Hill Extension in
Safety
Lusaka.
is paramount.
You can find us on social media.
With
that is
accidental
Facebook and
insurance for
Instagram,
both
or
passengers
simply
and
call on
drivers,
the following
along
numbers:
with stringent safety
0953
protocols. Your journey with us is worry-free. In case of an emergency, simply tap the emergency button. Our community of drivers, security partners, and the Zambia police will be there for you. Enjoy cashless payments for seamless transactions, making every ride a hassle-free experience.
We've been on a journey. It's been 5
Plan
years,
ahead with
7
ride
months, and
schedule,
7 days.
ensuring prompt and punctual
Journey to
arrivals
transform our
every
world
time.
one click at a time.
For school
And on this
pickups and
journey, we're
drop-offs,
leading a nation of
trust
data
Umka Go
businesses.
for
We move
safe
with
and
a
reliable
sustainable technological
transportation
force.
of your little ones.
Best
Umka
believe
Go,
we are the
where
force to reckon
safety,
with.
convenience, and joyful journeys
With
meet.
an evolving state-of-the-art
Experience
technology,
the difference
challenging
today.
what you thought was smart to
Download
solution.
the app now and begin your adventure.
We are the bridge between today's businesses.
We are the
tomorrow's
future,
leading digital
and that future
solutions.
starts here and now. You see, we've never been afraid to dream big, so every day we turn those dreams into choices. Choices that create moments to forge a path to make our dreams a reality. For us, there's no such thing as failure, only a choice to quit or keep moving forward, to take every step with unrelenting focus. Because we know that what starts here changes the world. Every challenge accepted, every goal met, every choice defines us. You see, our education is taking a step further. The University of Lusaka, the perfect partner to carry us forward.
Techmasters Zambia, an established ICT and power systems company with over a decade of experience, offers a diverse range of products and services catering to domestic, commercial, and industrial needs. Our offerings include the supply, installation.
This September, the Higher Education Authority invites you to the 60th Southern Africa Quality Assurance Network Conference. From the 25th to 27th, join us at the Livingstone Safari Lodge Spa as we explore the theme, strengthening and harmonizing quality assurance in the SADC region and beyond through sharing experiences and good practices. Registration is open to everyone in higher education and beyond. Participation fees are $350 for SADC and international participants and $200 for local participants. For more information, visit SAQAN.org/conference or hea.org.za. This podcast was sponsored by the Information and Communications University and partners.
This September, the Higher
At the Information and Communications University, we're not just educating students, we're shaping the future of Zambia and beyond. With a global perspective, ICU offers cutting-edge programs in information technologies, business, humanities, engineering, and education. We combine theory with practical skills, ensuring our graduates are ready for the job market.
Whether full-time or distance learning, our flexible programs cater to the needs of every student, creating pathways for success. ICU is driven by innovation, research, and entrepreneurship.
We empower our students to be leaders and change makers in their industries.
Through strategic global partnership, including collaboration with leading universities such as St. Petersburg State University and others, we give our students a competitive edge on the global stage.
Our graduates don't just earn degrees, they create impact. They are leading the way in ICT, business, engineering, and more, both locally and internationally. Join the Information and Communications University, where your future begins today.
Connectors, automated machines, ATMs, point-of-sale machines.
Welcome to Umka Go, where joyful journeys await. Your ticket to convenience and safety in Zambia. Whether it's a ride across town, a scheduled school pickup, or a vital delivery, Umka Go ensures safety, convenience, and joyful journeys at every turn.
867
Safety is paramount.
or +260
With accidental insurance for both passengers and drivers, along with stringent safety protocols, your journey with us is worry-free. In case of an emergency, simply tap the emergency button. Our community of drivers, security partners, and the Zambia police will be there for you. Enjoy cashless payments for seamless transactions, making every ride a hassle-free experience. Plan ahead with ride scheduling, ensuring prompt and punctual arrivals every time. For school pickups and drop-offs, trust Unka Go for safe and reliable transportation of your little ones. Unka Go, where safety, convenience, and joyful journeys meet. Experience the difference today. Download the app now and begin your adventure.
We are the future, and that future starts here and now. You see, we've never been afraid to dream big, so every day we turn those dreams into choices. Choices that create moments to forge a path to make our dreams a reality. For us, there's no such thing as failure, only a choice to quit or keep moving forward, to take every step with unrelenting focus. Because we know that what starts here changes the world. Every challenge accepted, every goal met, every choice defines us. You see, our education is taking a step further. The University of Lusaka, the perfect partner to carry us forward.
TechMasters Zambia, an established ICT and power systems company with over a decade of experience, offers a diverse range of products and services catering to domestic, commercial, and industrial needs. Our offerings include the supply, installation, and maintenance of solar products such as panels, batteries, inverters, and connectors, automated telemachines, ATMs, point-of-sale machines, ICT products and services, electrical works, and generators.
Associated with their respective institutions. In addition, we have a series of experts that have been invited to come and grace your occasion. We do hope you will consider sending delegates.
For further details, visit www.techmasters.co.zm or contact us at +260 772 867 414 or +260 977 181 712. Techmasters, innovating technology, changing lives.
Vital delivery. Unka Go ensures safety, convenience, and joyful journeys.
UTBM University is enrolling for the next academic year, and you are all invited to apply in the various schools. The university hosts 5 faculties including business and economics, tourism and environmental management, law faculty, School of Humanities, education, and School of Health Sciences. In the School of Postgraduate Studies, the university offers master degree programs which are taught and some are offered by research. We are located on the 2nd Street, Ibex Hill Extension in Lusaka. You can find us on social media, that is Facebook and Instagram, or simply call on the following numbers: 0953 656 029 or 0957 814 580. Email utbimuniversity@gmail.com. UTBM University, education service with excellence.
Hi everyone, thank you very much for giving us an opportunity to talk about the upcoming Conserving International Symposium on Electronic Certifications in 2024. The event will be held in Livingstone, Zambia between November 4th and November 6th, 2024. The event is primarily aimed at addressing the issue of lack of on-availability of research originating from the African continent. And we know that, we see that the situation is so bad such that when you do a focus search on an academic database such as Google Scholar, we see that very little research output coming from a typical African institution is actually indexed in such academic databases. The problem with this is it adversely affects the overall ranking of such institutions. In addition, with the coming of large language models, we see that it compromises the results on and about African institutions or African countries. The event has been organized by the Nepractice Library of Thesis Dissertations in DOTB since 1998, and this is the second time that the event will be held on the African continent. In addition, this event is organized by the University of Zambia, the Higher Education Authority of Zambia, and the Zambia Research and Education Network. We have a series of events lined up that will equip delegates with the knowledge and skills required for them to improve the overall online visibility of research output associated with their respective institutions. In addition, we have a series of experts that have been invited to come and address the occasion. We do hope you will consider sending delegates. Thank you very much and enjoy the SAQAN Conference.
Choices that create moments.
Open Window University offers Zambia's best creative courses.
For us, there's no such thing as failure.
Study digital art,
choice to quit or keep moving forward.
literary arts,
Unrelenting focus.
marketing,
Because we know
or computer science.
changes the world.
Learn from the best with Open Window University.
Every challenge accepted.
At the Information and Communications University, we're not just educating students, we're shaping the future of Zambia and beyond. With a global perspective, ICU offers cutting-edge programs in information technology, business, humanities, engineering, and education. We combine theory with practical skills, ensuring our graduates are ready for the job market.
Whether full-time or distance learning, our flexible programs cater to the needs of every student, creating pathways for success. ICU is driven by innovation, research, and entrepreneurship.
We empower our students to be leaders and change makers in their industries.
Through strategic global partnership, including collaboration with leading universities such as St. Petersburg State University and others, we give our students a competitive edge on the global stage.
Our graduates don't just earn degrees, they create impact. They are leading the way in ICT, business, engineering, and more, both locally and internationally. Join the Information and Communications University, where your future begins today. This September, the Higher Education Authority invites you to the 60th Southern Africa Quality Assurance Network Conference. From the 25th to 27th, join us at the Livingstone Safari Lodge Spa as we explore the theme, strengthening and harmonizing quality assurance in the SADC region and beyond through sharing experiences and good practices. Registration is open to everyone in higher education and beyond. Participation fees are $350 for SADC and international participants and $200 for local participants. For more information, visit SAQAN.org/conference or hea.org.za. This advert was sponsored by the Information and Communications University and partners.
Get a locally and internationally recognized degree from SAQAN University. We are now enrolling for the April Pro-Release session and May full-time intake in the schools of education, health sciences, science and technology, humanities and social sciences, business, theology and graduate studies. Newsflash, we are now offering a degree in biomedical science and a Master of Science in Agricultural Education. Make our SAQAN University your priority choice.
At
the Information and Communications University, we're not just educating students, we're shaping the future of Zambia and beyond. With a global perspective, ICU offers cutting-edge programs in information technology, business, humanities, engineering, and education. We combine theory with practical skills, ensuring our graduates are ready for the job market.
Whether full-time or distance learning, our flexible programs cater to the needs of every student, creating pathways for success. ICU is driven by innovation, research, and entrepreneurship.
We empower our students to be leaders and change makers in their industries.
Through strategic global partnership, including collaboration with leading universities such as St. Petersburg State University and others, we give our students a competitive edge on the global stage.
Our graduates don't just earn degrees, they create impact. They are leading the way in ICT, business, engineering, and more, both locally and internationally. Join the Information and Communications University, where your future begins today.
Welcome to Umka Go, where joyful journeys await. Your ticket to convenience and safety in Zambia. Whether it's a ride across town, a a scheduled school pickup, or a vital delivery, Umka Go ensures safety, convenience, and joyful journeys at every turn.
Study digital arts.
Safety is paramount. With accidental insurance for both passengers and drivers, along with stringent safety protocols, your journey with us is worry-free. In case of an emergency, simply tap the emergency button. Our community of drivers, security partners, and Zambia Police will be there. Enjoy cashless payments for seamless transactions, making every ride a hassle-free experience.
Small class sizes. Inclusive
Plan ahead with ride schedule, ensuring prompt and punctual arrivals every time. For school pickups and drop-offs, trust Umka Go for safe and reliable transportation of your little ones. Umka Go, where safety, convenience, and joyful journeys meet. Experience the difference today. Download the app now and begin your adventure.
Health sciences, science and technology, humanities and social sciences.
We are the future, and that future starts here and now.
We are now offering a degree in biomedical science.
You see, we've never been afraid to dream big, so every day we turn those dreams into choices. Choices that create moments to forge a path to make our dreams a reality. For us, there's no such thing as failure, only a choice to quit or keep moving forward, to take every step with unrelenting focus.
Harmonizing Quality Assurance in the SADC
Because we know that what starts here changes the world.
Registration is open to everyone in higher education and beyond.
Every challenge accepted, every goal met, every choice defines us. You see, our education is taking a step further.
This advert was sponsored by the Information and Communications University and
the University of Lusaka, the perfect partner to carry us forward.
An established ICT and power systems company Zambia, an established ICT and power systems company with over a decade of experience, offers a diverse range of products and services catering to domestic, commercial, and industrial needs. Our offerings include the supply, installation, and maintenance of solar products such as panels, batteries, inverters, and connectors, automated teller machines, ATMs, point-of-sale machines, ICT products and services, electrical works, and generators. For further details, visit www.techmasters.co.zm or contact us at +260 772 867 414 or +260 977 181 712. Tech Masters, innovating technology, changing lives.
Your future starts with the best choice. Full of confidence and
UTBM University is enrolling for the next academic year, and you are all invited to apply in the various schools. The university hosts 5 faculties including business and economics, tourism and environmental management, law faculty, School of Humanities, education, and School of Health Sciences. In the School of Postgraduate Studies, the university offers master degree programs which are taught and some are offered by research. We are located on the 2nd Street, Ibex Hill Extension in Lusaka. You can find us on social media, that is Facebook and Instagram, or simply call on the following numbers: 0953 656 029 or 0957 814 580. Email utbimuniversity@gmail.com. UTBM University, education service with excellence.
Hi everyone, thank you very much for giving us some opportunity to talk about the upcoming 7th International Symposium on Electronic Issue Dissertations in 2024. The event will be held in Livingstone, Zambia between November 4th and November 6th, 2024. The event is primarily aimed at addressing the issue of lack of any visibility of research originating from the African continent. And we know that we'll see that the situation is so bad such that when you do a focus search on an academic database such as Google Scholar, you see that very little research outputs coming from the typical African institution is actually indexed in such academic databases. The problem with this is it adversely affects the overall ranking of such institutions. In addition, with the coming of large language models, we see that it compromises the results on and about African institutions or African countries. The event has been organized by the Practitioner Library Office on Dissertations NGOTB since 1998, and this is the second time that the event will be held on the African continent. In addition, this event is organized by the University of Zambia, the Higher Education Authority of Zambia, and the Zambia Research and Education Network. We have a series of events lined up that will equip delegates with the knowledge and skills required for them to improve the overall online visibility of research outputs associated with their respective institutions. In addition, we have a series of experts that have been invited to come and grace the occasion. We do hope you will consider sending delegates. Thank you very much, and be very
Ticket to convenience and safety in Zambia.
Open Window University offers Zambia's best creative courses.
School pickup or a vital delivery.
Study digital art.
Ensures safety, convenience,
Literary arts.
joyful journeys at every turn.
Marketing.
Safety is paramount.
Or computer science.
With accidental insurance.
Learn from the best with Open Window University.
Stringent safety protocols. Your journey
At the Information and Communications University, we're not just educating students, we're shaping the future of Zambia and beyond. With a global perspective, ICU offers cutting-edge programs in information technology, business, humanities, engineering, and education. We combine theory with practical skills, ensuring our graduates are ready for the job market.
Whether full-time or distance learning, our flexible programs cater to the needs of every student, creating pathways for success. ICU is driven by innovation, research, and entrepreneurship.
We empower our students to be leaders and change makers in their industries.
Through strategic global partnerships, including collaboration with leading universities such as St. Petersburg State University and others, we give our students a competitive edge on the global stage.
Our graduates don't just earn degrees, they create impact. They are leading the way in ICT, business, engineering, and more, both locally and internationally. Join the Information and Communications University, where your future begins today. This September, the Higher Education Authority invites you to the 60th Southern Africa Quality Assurance Network Conference. From the 25th to 27th, join us at the Livingstone Safari Lodge Spa as we explore the theme, strengthening and harmonizing quality assurance in the SADC region and beyond through sharing experiences and good practices. Registration is open to everyone in higher education and beyond. Participation fees are $350 for SADC and international participants and $200 for local participants. For more information, visit SAQAN.org/conference or hea.org.zm. This address was sponsored by the Information and Communications University and partners.
QR code payments and an API.
Get a locally and internationally recognized degree from Livingstone University. We are now enrolling for the April bulk release session and May full-time intake in the schools of education, health sciences, science and technology, humanities and social sciences, business, theology and graduate studies. Newsflash, we are now offering a degree in biomedical science and a Master of Science in Agriculture with Education. Make Livingstone University your priority choice for tertiary education.
We are the future.
At the Information and Communications University, we're not just educating students, we're shaping the future of Zambia and beyond. With a global perspective, ICU offers cutting-edge programs in information technology, business, humanities, engineering, and education. We combine theory with practical skills, ensuring our graduates are ready for the job market.
Whether full-time or distance learning, our flexible programs cater to the needs of every student, creating pathways for success. ICU is driven by innovation, research, and entrepreneurship.
We empower our students to be leaders and change makers in their industries.
Through strategic global partnerships, including collaboration with leading universities such as St. Petersburg State University and others, we give our students a competitive edge on the global stage.
Our graduates don't just earn degrees, they create impact. They are leading the way in ICT, business, engineering, and more, both locally and internationally. Join the Information and Communications University, where your future begins today.
At the Information and Communications University, we're not just educating students, we're shaping the future.
Welcome to UMCA Go, where joyful journeys await. Your ticket to convenience and safety in Zambia. Whether it's a ride across town, a scheduled school pickup, or a vital delivery, Umka Go ensures safety, convenience, and joyful journeys at every turn. Safety is paramount. With accidental insurance for both passengers and drivers, along with stringent safety protocols, your journey with us is worry-free. In case of an emergency, simply tap the emergency button. Our community of drivers, security partners, and the Zambia police will be there for you. Enjoy cashless payments for seamless transactions, making every ride a hassle-free experience. Plan ahead with ride scheduling, ensuring prompt and punctual arrival every time.
University is
For school pickups and drop-offs, trust Umka Go, safe and reliable transportation of your little ones. Umka Go, where safety, convenience, and joyful journeys meet. Experience the difference today.
And School of Health
Download
Sciences.
the app
In
now
the School of
and begin your
Postgraduate
adventure.
Studies, the university offers master degree programs which are taught and some are offered
We
by
are the
research.
future,
We are
and that
located
future
on the
starts
2nd
here and
Street,
now.
Ibex Hill Extension in Lusaka.
You
can
see,
find us on
we've
social
never been
media.
afraid to dream
That is
big.
Facebook
So
and
every day,
Instagram.
we turn
Or
those
simply
dreams
call on
into
the following
choices.
numbers.
Choices that create moments to forge a path to make our dreams a reality. For us, there's no such thing as failure, only a choice to quit or keep moving forward, to take every step with unrelenting focus. Because we know that what starts here changes the world. Every challenge accepted, every goal met, every choice defines us. You see, our education is taking a step further. The University of Lusaka, the perfect partner to carry us forward.
TechMasters Zambia, an established ICT and power systems company with over a decade of experience, offers a diverse range of products and services catering to domestic, commercial, and industrial needs. Our offerings include the supply, installation, and maintenance of solar products such as panels, batteries, inverters, and connectors, automated telemachines, ATMs, point-of-sale machines, ICT products and services, electrical works, and generators. For further details, visit www.techmasters.co.zm or contact us at +260 772 867 414 or +260 977 181 712. TechMasters, innovating technology, changing lives.
UTBM University is enrolling for the next academic year, and you are all invited to apply in the various schools. The university hosts 5 faculties including business and economics, tourism and environmental management, law faculty, School of Humanities, education, and School of Health Sciences. In the School of Postgraduate Studies, the university offers master degree programs which are taught and some are offered by research. We are located on the 2nd Street, Ibex Hill Extension in Lusaka. You can find us on social media, that is Facebook and Instagram, or simply call on the following numbers: 0953 656 029 or 0957 814 580. Email utbimuniversity@gmail.com. UTBM University, education service with excellence.
Hi everyone, thank you very much for giving us an opportunity to talk about the upcoming 27th International Symposium on Utilities and Applications in 2024. The event will be held in Livingstone, Zambia between November 4th and November 6th, 2024. The event is primarily aimed at addressing the issue of lack of online visibility of research originating from the African continent And we know that, we see that the situation is so bad such that when we do a focus search on an academic database such as Google Scholar, we see that very little research output coming from the typical African institutions is actually indexed in such academic databases. The problem with this is it adversely affects the overall ranking of such institutions. In addition, with the coming of large language models, we see that it compromises the results on and about African institutions or African countries. The event has been organized by the Nepractical Library Office on Dissertations in DOTD since 1998, and this is the second time that the event will be held on the African continent. In addition, this event is organized by the University of Zambia, the Higher Education Authority of Zambia, and the Zambia Research and Education Network. We have a series of events lined up that will equip delegates with the knowledge and skills required for them to improve the overall online visibility of research output associated with their respective institutions. In addition, we have a series of experts that have been invited to come and grace the occasion. We do hope you will consider sending delegates. Thank you very much and enjoy the SAQAN Conference.
Open Window University offers Zambia's best creative courses. Study digital arts,
with the best choice.
literary arts, marketing, or computer science. Learn from the best with Open Window University.
At the Information and Communications University, we're not just educating students, we're shaping the future of Zambia and beyond. With a global perspective, ICU offers cutting-edge programs in information technology, business, humanities, engineering, and education. We combine theory with practical skills, ensuring our graduates are ready for the job market.
Whether full-time or distance learning, our flexible programs cater to the needs of every student, creating pathways for success. ICU is driven by innovation, research, and entrepreneurship.
We empower our students to be leaders and change makers in their industries.
Through strategic global partnership, including collaboration with leading universities such as St. Petersburg State University and others, we give our students a competitive edge on the global stage.
Our graduates don't just earn degrees, they create impact. They are leading the way in ICT, business, engineering, and more, both locally and internationally. Join the Information and Communications University, where your future begins today.
From the African continent.
This September, the Higher Education Authority invites you to the 60th Southern Africa Quality Assurance Network Conference. From the 25th to 27th, join us at the Livingstone Safari Lodge Spa as we explore the theme, strengthening and harmonizing quality assurance in the SADC region and beyond through sharing experiences and good practices. Registration is open to everyone in higher education and beyond. Participation fees are $350 for SADC and international participants and $200 for local participants. For more information, visit SAQAN.org/conference or hea.org.za. This advert was sponsored by the Information and Communications University and partners.
Get a locally and internationally recognized degree from Zambia University. We are now enrolling for the April block realization and May full-time intake in the schools of education, health sciences, science and technology, humanities and social sciences, business, theology and graduate studies. Newsflash, we are now offering a degree in biomedical science and a Master of Science in Agriculture with Education. Make SAQAN University your priority choice for tertiary education.
Thank you very much and enjoy the SAQAN Conference.
At the Information and Communications University, we're not just educating students, we're shaping the future of Zambia and beyond. With a global perspective, ICU offers cutting-edge programs in information technology, business, humanities, engineering, and education. We combine theory with practical skills, ensuring our graduates are ready for the job market.
Whether full-time or distance learning, our flexible programs cater to the needs of every student, creating pathways for success. ICU is driven by innovation, research, and entrepreneurship.
We empower our students to be leaders and change makers in their industries.
Through strategic global partnership, including collaboration with leading universities such as St. Petersburg State University and others, we give our students a competitive edge on the global stage.
Our graduates don't just earn degrees, they create impact. They are leading the way in ICT, business, engineering, and more, both locally and internationally. Join the Information and Communications University, where your future begins today.
Plan ahead with ride scheduling.
Welcome to UMCA Goes, where joyful journeys await. Your ticket to convenience and safety in Zambia. Whether it's a ride across town, a scheduled school pickup, or a vital delivery, UMCA Go ensures safety, convenience, and joyful journeys at every turn.
Download the app now.
Safety is paramount.
Begin your adventure.
With accidental insurance for both passengers and drivers, along with stringent safety protocols, your journey with us is worry-free. In case of an emergency, simply tap the emergency button. Our community of drivers, security partners, and the Zambia police will be there for you. Enjoy cashless payments for seamless transactions, making every ride a hassle-free experience.
From reliable payment processing,
Plan ahead with ride schedule, ensuring prompt, punctual arrivals every time.
Understanding the crucial
For school pickups and drop-offs, trust UMCA Go for safe and reliable transportation of your little ones. UMCA Go, where safety, convenience, and joyful journeys meet. Experience the difference today. Download the app now and begin your adventure.
Facebook, TechPay Limited. Linked, TechPay Limited. Visit us at
We are the future, and that future starts here and now.
Contact us at 0772.
You see, we've never been afraid to dream big, so every day we turn those dreams into choices. Choices that create moments to forge a path to make our dreams a reality. And that future For us, there's no such thing as failure, only a choice to quit or keep moving forward, to take every step with unrelenting focus. Because we know that what starts here changes the world. For us, there's no such thing as failure. Every challenge accepted, every goal met, every choice defines us. You see, our education is taking a step further. The University of Lusaka, the perfect partner to carry us forward.
TechMasters Zambia, an established ICT and power systems company with over a decade of experience, offers a diverse range of products and services catering to domestic, commercial, and industrial needs. Our offerings include the supply, installation, and maintenance of solar products such as panels, batteries, inverters, and connectors, automated teller machines, ATMs, point-of-sale machines, ICT products and services, electrical works, and generators.
Humanities, engineering, and education. We combine theory with practical skills, ensuring our graduates are ready for the job market.
For further details, visit www.techmasters.co.zm or contact us at +260 772 867 414 or +260 977 181 712. TechMasters, innovating technology, changing lives.
We give our students a competitive edge on the global stage.
Our graduates don't just earn degrees, they create impact.
UTBM University is enrolling for the next academic year, and you are all invited to apply in the various schools. The university hosts 5 faculties including business and economics, tourism and environmental management, law faculty, School of Humanities, Education, and School of Health Sciences. In the School of Postgraduate Studies, the university offers master degree programs which are taught and some are offered by research. We are located on the 2nd Street, Ibex Hill Extension in Lusaka. You can find us on social media, that is Facebook and Instagram, or simply call on the following numbers: 0953 656 029 or 0957 814 580. Email utbimuniversity@gmail.com. UTBM University, education service with excellence.
Hi everyone, thank you very much for giving us an opportunity to talk about the upcoming 27th International Symposium on Utilities and Dissertations that will be 2024. The event will be held in Livingstone, Zambia between November 4th and November 6th, 2024. The event is primarily aimed at addressing the issue of lack of online visibility of research originating from the African continent. And we know that, we see that the situation is so bad such that when we do a focus search on an academic database such as Google Scholar, we see that very little research output coming from the typical African institutions actually indexed in such academic databases. The problem with this is it adversely affects the overall ranking of such institutions. In addition, with the coming of large language models, we see that it compromises the results on and about African institutions or African countries. The event has been organized by the Methodist Library of History and Dissertations, MGOTD since 1998. And this is the second time that the event will be held on the African continent. In addition, this event is organized by the University of Zambia, the Higher Education Authority of Zambia, and the Zambia Research and Education Network. We have a series of events lined up that will equip delegates with the knowledge and skills required for them to improve the overall online visibility of research output associated with their respective institutions. In addition, we have a series of experts that have been invited to come and grace the occasion. We do hope you will consider sending delegates. Thank you very much, and enjoy the SAQAN Conference.
Marketing. Open Window University offers Zambia's best creative courses. Learn from the best with Open Window. Study digital arts, literary arts, marketing,
with Open Window University's internationally recognized curricula.
Learn from the best with Open Window University.
Small class sizes, inclusive learning.
At the Information and Communications University, we're not just educating students, we're shaping the future of Zambia and beyond. With a global perspective, ICU offers cutting-edge programs in information technology, business, humanities, engineering, and education. We combine theory with practical skills, ensuring our graduates are ready for the job market.
Whether full-time or distance learning, our flexible programs cater to the needs of every student, creating pathways for success. ICU is driven by innovation, research, and entrepreneurship.
We empower our students to be leaders and change makers in their industries.
Through strategic global partnership, including collaboration with leading universities such as St. Petersburg State University and others, we give our students a competitive edge on the global stage.
Our graduates don't just earn degrees, they create impact. They are leading the way in ICT, business, engineering, and more, both locally and internationally. Join the Information and Communications University, where your future begins today. This September, the Higher Education Authority invites you to the 60th Southern Africa Quality Assurance Network Conference. From the 25th to 27th, join us at the Livingstone Safari Lodge Spa as we explore the theme, strengthening and harmonizing quality assurance in the SADC region and beyond through sharing experiences and good practices. Registration is open to everyone in higher education and beyond. Participation fees are $350 for SADC and international participants and $200 for local participants. For more information, visit SAQAN.org/conference or hea.org.za. This advert was sponsored by the Information and Communications University and partners.
Get a locally and internationally recognized degree from Livingstone University. We are now enrolling for the April block release session and May full-time intake in the schools of education, health sciences, science and technology, humanities and social sciences, business, theology and graduate studies. Newsflash, we are now offering a degree in biomedical science and a Master of Science in Agriculture with Education. Make Livingstone University your priority choice for tertiary education.
At the Information and Communications University, we're not just educating students, we're shaping the future of Zambia and beyond. With a global perspective, ICU offers cutting-edge programs in information technology, business, humanities, engineering, and education. We combine theory with practical skills, ensuring our graduates are ready for the job market.
Whether full-time or distance learning, our flexible programs cater to the needs of every student, creating pathways for success. ICU is driven by innovation, research, and entrepreneurship.
We empower our students to be leaders and change makers in their industries.
Through strategic global partnership, including collaboration with leading universities such as St. Petersburg State University and others, we give our students a competitive edge on the global stage.
Our graduates don't just earn degrees, they create impact. They are leading the way in ICT, business, engineering, and more, both locally and internationally. Join the Information and Communications University, where your future begins today.
security hardware. Zambia Police will be there for a hassle-free experience. Plan ahead with ride schedule, ensuring prompt and punctual arrival every time. For school pickups and drop-offs, trust UNCA-Go for safe and reliable transportation of your little ones. UNCA-Go, where safety, convenience, and joyful journeys meet. Experience the difference today. Download the app now and begin your adventure.
We are the future, and that future starts here and now. You see, we've never been afraid to dream big, so every day we turn those dreams into choices. Choices that create moments to forge a path to make our dreams a reality. For us, there's no such thing as failure, only a choice to quit or keep moving forward, to take every step with unrelenting focus. Because we know that what starts here changes the world.
A scheduled school pickup for a vital delivery.
Every challenge accepted, every goal met,
and joyful journeys.
Every choice defines us. You see, our education is taking a step further.
With accidental insurance for both passengers and drivers.
The University of Lusaka, the perfect partner to carry us forward.
Techmasters Zambia, an established ICT and power systems company with over a decade of experience, offers a diverse range of products and services catering to domestic, commercial, and industrial needs. Our offerings include the supply, installation, and maintenance of solar products such as panels, batteries, inverters, and connectors, automated teller machines, ATMs, point-of-sale machines, ICT products and services, electrical works, and generators.
UNCA-Go for safe and reliable transportation of your little ones. UNCA-Go, where safety, convenience, and
for further details, visit www.techmasters.co.zm or contact us at +260 772 867 414 or +260 977 181 712. Techmasters, innovating technology changing lives. As a registered payment system regulated by the Bank of Zambia, Pay offers a cutting-edge payment gateway.
UTBM University is enrolling for the next academic year, and you are all invited to apply in the various schools. The university hosts 5 faculties including business and economics, tourism and environmental management, law faculty, School of Humanities, Education, and School of Health Sciences. In the School of Postgraduate Studies, the university offers master degree programs which are taught and some are offered by research. We are located on the 2nd Street, Ibex Hill Extension in Lusaka. You can find us on social media, that is Facebook and Instagram, or simply call on the following numbers: 0953 656 029 or 0957 814 580. Email utbimuniversity@gmail.com. UTBM University, education service with excellence.
Hi everyone, thank you very much for giving us an opportunity to talk about the upcoming 27th International Symposium on Electronics and Interpretations in 2024. The event will be held in Livingstone, Zambia between November 4th and November 6th, 2024. The event is primarily aimed at addressing the issue of lack of online visibility of research originating from the African continent. And we know that, or we see that the situation is so bad such that when we do a focus search on an academic database such as Google Scholar, we see that very little research output coming from a typical African institution is actually indexed in such academic databases. The problem with this is it adversely affects the overall ranking of such institutions. In addition, with the coming of large language models, we see that it compromises the results on and about African institutions or African countries. The event has been organized by the Network Digital Library of Eastern Dissertations in DOTD since 1998, and this is the second time that the event will be held on the African continent. In addition, this event is organized by the University of Zambia, the Higher Education Authority of Zambia, and the Zambia Research and Education Network. We have a series of events lined up that will equip delegates with the knowledge and skills required for them to improve the overall online visibility of research output associated with their respective institutions. In addition, we have a series of experts that have been invited to come and grace the occasion. We do hope you will consider sending delegates. Thank you very much and enjoy the SAQAN Conference.
Open Window University offers Zambia's best creative courses. Study digital art, literary arts, marketing, or computer science. Learn from the best with Open Window University.
At the Information and Communications University, we're not just educating students, we're shaping the future of Zambia and beyond. With a global perspective, ICU offers cutting-edge programs in information technology, business, humanities, engineering, and education. We combine theory with practical skills, ensuring our graduates are ready for the job market.
Whether full-time or distance learning, our flexible programs cater to the needs of every student, creating pathways for success. ICU is driven by innovation, research, and entrepreneurship.
We empower our students to be leaders and change makers in their industries.
Through strategic global partnership, including collaboration with leading universities such as St. Petersburg State University and others, we give our students a competitive edge on the global stage.
Our graduates don't just earn degrees, they create impact. They are leading the way in ICT, business, engineering, and more, both locally and internationally. Join the Information and Communications University, where your future begins today. This September, the Higher Education Authority invites you to the 6th Southern Africa Quality Assurance Network Conference. From the 25th to 27th, join us at the Livingstone Safari Lodge Spa as we explore the theme, strengthening and harmonizing quality assurance in the SADC region and beyond through sharing experiences and good practices. Registration is open to everyone in higher education and beyond. Participation fees are $350 for SADC and international participants and $200 for local participants. For more information, visit SAQAN.org/conference or hea.org.za. This project is sponsored by the Information and Communications University and partners.
Get a locally and internationally recognized degree from SAQAN University. We are now enrolling for the April Berkeley B session and May full-time intake in the schools of education, health sciences, science and technology, humanities and social sciences, business, theology and graduate studies. Newsflash, we are now offering a degree in biomedical science and a Master of Science in Agriculture with Education. Make SAQAN University your priority choice for tertiary education.
Open Window University offers
At the Information and Communications University, we're not just educating students, we're shaping the future of Zambia and beyond. With a global perspective, ICU offers cutting-edge programs in information technology, business, humanities, engineering, and education. We combine theory with practical skills, ensuring our graduates are ready for the job market.
Whether full-time or distance learning, our flexible programs cater to the needs of every student, creating pathways for success. ICU is driven by innovation, research, and entrepreneurship.
We empower our students to be leaders and change makers in their industries.
Through strategic global partnership, including collaboration with leading universities such as St. Petersburg State University and others, we give our students a competitive edge on the global stage.
Our graduates don't just earn degrees, they create impact. They are leading the way in ICT, business, engineering, and more, both locally and internationally. Join the Information and Communications University, where your future begins today.
Welcome to Go, where joyful journeys await. Your ticket to convenience and safety in Zambia. Whether it's a ride across town, a scheduled school pickup, or a vital delivery, Go ensures safety, convenience, and joyful journeys at every turn. Safety is paramount.
Authority invites you to the 60th
With
SAQAN
accidental
Quality
insurance
Assurance
for
Network
both
Conference.
passengers
From
and
November
drivers,
15 to 27,
along with stringent
join us at the
safety
Livingstone Safari
protocols.
Lodge Spa
Your
as we
journey
explore
with
the
us is
theme,
worry-free.
strengthening and harmonizing quality
In case
assurance
of
in the SADC
emergency,
region and
simply
beyond,
tap
sharing
the
experiences
emergency
and
button.
good practices.
Our
Registration is
community of
open to everyone in
drivers,
higher
security
education and beyond.
partners, the Zambia police will be there for
$250 for SADC and international
Enjoy
participants,
cashless
and
payments for
$200
seamless
for local
transactions,
participants.
making
For more
every
information,
ride a
visit
hassle-free
SAQAN.com/conference
experience.
or hea.org.zm.
Plan ahead with ride scheduling, ensuring prompt, punctual arrivals every time. For school pickups and drop-offs, trust Umka Go for safe and reliable transportation of your little ones. Umka Go, where safety, convenience, and joyful journeys meet. Experience the difference today. Download the app now and begin your adventure.
Telemachines, ATMs, point-of-sale machines, ICT products and services.
We are the future, and that future starts here and now. You see, we've never been afraid to dream big. So every day, we turn those dreams into choices. Choices that create moments to forge a path to make our dreams a reality. For us, there's no such thing as failure, only a choice to quit or keep moving forward, to take every step with unrelenting focus. Because we know that what starts here changes the world. Every challenge accepted, every goal met, every choice defines us. You see, our education is taking a step further. The University of Lusaka, the perfect partner to carry us forward.
TechMasters Zambia, an established ICT and power systems company with over a decade of experience, offers a diverse range of products and services catering to domestic, commercial, and industrial needs. Our offerings include the supply, installation, and maintenance of solar products such as panels, batteries, inverters, and connectors, automated teller machines, ATMs, point-of-sale machines, ICT products and services, electrical works, and generators. For further details, visit www.techmasters.co.zm or contact us at +260 772 867 414 or +260 977 181 712. TechMasters, innovating technology, changing lives.
We see that the situation is so bad such that when you do a focus search on an academic database such as Google Scholar,
UTBM University is enrolling for the next academic year, and you are all invited to apply in the various schools. The university hosts 5 faculties including business and economics, tourism and environmental management, law faculty, School of Humanities, Education, and School of Health Sciences. In the School of Postgraduate Studies, the university offers master degree programs which are taught and some are offered by research. We are located on the 2nd Street, Ibex Hill Extension in Lusaka. You can find us on social media, that is Facebook and Instagram, or simply call on the following numbers: 0953 656 029 or 0957 814 580. Email utbimuniversity@gmail.com. UTBM University, education service with excellence.
Hi everyone, thank you very much for giving us an opportunity to talk about the upcoming 27th International Symposium of Electronics and Presentations in 2024. The event will be held in Livingstone, Zambia between November 4th and November 6th, 2024. The event is primarily aimed at addressing the issue of lack of online research originating from the African continent. And we know that, we see that the situation is so bad such that when you do a focus search on an academic database such as Google Scholar, we see that very little research output coming from the typical African institutions is actually indexed. in such academic databases. The problem with this is it adversely affects the overall ranking of such institutions. In addition, with the coming of large language models, we see that it compromises the results on and about African institutions or African countries. The event has been organized by the Nipexis Library of History and Dissertations in DOTV since 1998, and this is the second time that the event will be held on the African continent. In addition, this event is organized by the University of Zambia, the Higher Education Authority of Zambia, and the Zambia Research and Education Network. We have a series of events lined up that will equip delegates with the knowledge and skills required for them to improve the overall online visibility of research output associated with their respective institutions. In addition, we have a series of experts that have been invited to come and address the occasion. We do hope you will consider sending delegates. Thank you very much, and enjoy the SAQAN Conference.
Open Window University offers Zambia's best creative courses.
Of operational excellence as a
Study digital arts,
regulated by the Bank of Zambia. TechPay offers
literary
a
arts,
gateway tailored for enterprises
marketing,
of all sizes. What sets TechPay
or
apart?
computer
It's a
science.
dynamic payment gateway system.
Learn from the best with Open Window University.
Transactions, from reliable payment processing to sales.
At the Information and Communications University, we're not just educating students, we're shaping the future of Zambia and beyond. With a global perspective, ICU offers cutting-edge programs in information technology, business, humanities, engineering, and education. We combine theory with practical skills, ensuring our graduates are ready for the job market.
Whether full-time or distance learning, our flexible programs cater to the needs of every student, creating pathways for success. ICU is driven by innovation, research, and entrepreneurship.
We empower our students to be leaders and change makers in their industries.
Through strategic global partnership, including collaboration with leading universities such as St. Petersburg State University and others, we give our students a competitive edge on the global stage.
Our graduates don't just earn degrees, they create impact. They are leading the way in ICT, business, engineering, and more, both locally and internationally. Join the Information and Communications University, where your future begins today. This September, the Higher Education Authority invites you to the 60th Southern Africa Quality Assurance Network Conference. From the 25th to the 27th, join us at the Livingstone Safari Lodge Spa as we explore the theme, strengthening and harmonizing quality assurance in the SADC region and beyond through sharing experiences and good practices. Registration is open to everyone in higher education and beyond. Participation fees are $350 for SADC and international participants and $200 for local participants. For more information, visit SAQAN.org/conference or hea.org.za. This project was sponsored by the Information and Communications University and partners.
Get a locally and internationally recognized degree from Zambia University. We are now enrolling for the April block release session and May full-time intake in the schools of education, health sciences, science and technology, humanities and social sciences, business, theology and graduate studies. Newsflash, we are now offering a degree in biomedical science and a Master of Science in Agriculture with Education. Make Rousseau University your priority choice for tertiary education.
Presentations that were supposed to be
At the
done
Information and
before
Communications University, we're not just educating students, we're shaping the future of Zambia and beyond. With a global perspective, ICU offers cutting-edge programs in information technology, business, humanities, engineering, and education. We combine theory with practical skills, ensuring our graduates are ready for the job market.
Whether full-time or distance learning, our flexible programs cater to the needs of every student, creating pathways for success. ICU is driven by innovation, research, and entrepreneurship.
We empower our students to be leaders and change makers in their industries.
Through strategic global partnership, including collaboration with leading universities such as St. Petersburg State University and others, we give our students a competitive edge on the global stage.
Our graduates don't just earn degrees, they create impact. They are leading the way in ICT, business.
You have just had lunch. Let's give her a big hand. Yes. I was about to say the same. At least you should have a bit of energy after lunch. Our next presenter, in the absence of Beatrice Taringa, who
seems not to be around. We're going straight into the next presentation for the sake of time. The next presenter is, I'm not sure if it's Dr. Professor Dr. Nema Chena. Am I trying? I'm trying. White Rhino. Okay, the White Rhino is here to present on the contextualization of quality assurance in Zimbabwe, a focus on program accreditation. Give her a hand of applause.
So, I'm using this one, or they are going to, then they will move it for me. Okay. Okay.
May we have the presentation, please? Thank you.
It's not yet up.
IT.
No. Okay. Yes, yes.
Barbara, what's the title of your presentation?
Contextualization.
Contextualization.
But I told Mr. Kawesha I had resent a PowerPoint, so I'm sure he's aware of the right document.
Sorry, my love, just speak into the mic.
I was saying I had told Mr. Kawesha that I had resent a PowerPoint, so I'm sure he's having the correct document.
Okay. Okay, so we're opening the one we have and just see if it's the one. Is it the latest?
I'm not sure now because the content.
I see. Okay.
Or
Okay.
can I come and check?
Yes, please.
Just bear with us, colleagues, for a few seconds. Thank you.
At the Information and Communications University, we're not just educating students, we're shaping the future of Zambia and beyond. With a global perspective, ICU offers cutting-edge programs in information technology, business, humanities, engineering, and education. We combine theory with practical skills, ensuring our graduates are ready for the job market.
Whether full-time or distance learning, our flexible programs cater to the needs of every student, creating pathways for success. ICU is driven by innovation, research, and entrepreneurship.
We empower our students to be leaders and change makers in their industries.
Through strategic global partnership, including collaboration with leading universities such as St. Petersburg.
To share with you on the contextualization of quality assurance in Zimbabwe with a focus on program accreditation. Maybe to give a brief background, to say Zimbabwe is undergoing transformation of its higher education. It doesn't necessarily mean that we are throwing away what we have been doing, but rather we are trying to strengthen what we have from a different perspective, or enhancing the quality assurance system. Can I have the first slide? That slide shows my presentation outline, where I look at the background, the traditional Education 3.0 and the accreditation criteria then, the concept of, this side, thank you. The concept of Education 5.0 in Zimbabwe, quality assurance and Education 5.0, transition from 3.0 to 5.0, program accreditation integrating 5.0, impact of Education 5.0 on higher education in Zimbabwe. I know a number of colleagues have made reference to this. Education 5.0 is what we are running with, based on the heritage-based philosophy within the country. Like I said, we are trying to transform our higher education system, maintaining the already existing quality standards, those which Dr. Pandai talked about, the 17 standards, but we are trying to embrace the new philosophy which was introduced in the country, the heritage-based philosophy. This philosophy is basically focusing on use of locally available resources. We've been running our education system. We've been working using external resources. These were the reference point. But as of now, we are now trying to localize our system so that students get skills using the existing resources within the country. The country's vision is to become a middle-income economy by 2030. Hence, the introduction of the heritage-based philosophy, and under the heritage-based philosophy, that's where we are introducing our Education 5.0. Education 5.0 is based on 5 pillars: teaching, research, community service, innovation, and industrialization. I will talk more about Education 5.0. ZIMCHE's role is to maintain and enhance quality education in higher education institutions. And currently we are reimagining program accreditation to introduce Education 5.0. The perceived benefits of Education 5.0, to develop problem solvers ready to tackle national and global issues. It places an emphasis on practical outcomes like employment creation and innovative skills development and production of graduates with key skills applicable to the present and future needs. Now, how did we come up with the Education 5.0 or the introduction of the heritage-based philosophy? A national skills audit was conducted in 2018 in Zimbabwe to establish the skills needed within the country. And the study was, the skills were grouped into 6 groups, 6 clusters: engineering and technology, natural and applied sciences, business and commerce, agriculture, medical and health sciences, applied arts and humanities. So there we are. After the skills audit, these were the results. Deficits were registered in engineering and technology, in natural and applied sciences, in agriculture, in medical sciences, applied science and humanities. There's an error there. Business sciences is supposed to be plus 21%. It's the only discipline which is oversubscribed. All the other disciplines have a deficit. Now, as they were working out these skills, as they were looking at these skills, for engineering and technology, the deficit is measured in terms of registered practitioners relative to the Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development levels. For the rest of other 5 clusters, the deficit is measured using the levels of output per population relative to OECD levels. So, like I've just explained, there's a significant skills deficit in most disciplines except the business and commerce, where there's no deficit. Even up to now, that area is oversubscribed. Other disciplines have a deficit exceeding 80%, except the arts and humanities, which is an 18% deficit. Now, what were the recommendations after the skills audit? A focused training in deficit areas, scholarship and curriculum revisions, multidisciplinary teams to foster industrialization and modernization. Because of this, then the Education 5.0 was introduced. Why? They wanted to add to the Education 3.0 two other pillars to strengthen, to provide targeted training within the higher education institutions, to also strengthen through curriculum revisions in the programs in higher education institutions. So Education 5.0 it brings in comprehensive reforms in higher and tertiary education on the 5 pillars of teaching, research, community service, innovation, and industrialization. The main goal of the government was to align higher education with the national vision to achieve upper middle income economy by 2030. The traditional Education 3.0 is the normal system which was running within the institutions, where we were based on teaching, and during teaching we concentrated on delivery of high quality education through structured curricula and effective teaching methodologies. Research, encouraging faculty and students to engage in research activities, publish findings, and contribute to the academic and scientific community. Community service, extending expertise beyond the campus through consultancy services, outreach programs, and projects addressing local needs. Now, program accreditation using Education 3.0. Accreditation process ensured educational programs met standards of quality and rigor. It means in the teaching process, they would address the standards which were stated, those 17 standards, ensured institution based on fulfillment of teaching, research, and community service pillars. Evaluated institutions based on fulfillment of teaching, research, and community service pillars. Accreditation criteria. Teaching quality was assessed through curriculum, faculty qualifications, teaching methods, student outcomes, and also even the resources available for teaching. And a number of issues were considered as per our accreditation instrument. Research output evaluated based on the quantity and quality of research, including publications and projects. Of course, we evaluated, but there are still some challenges in terms of resources to support research. So at times we find that the research was limited because of failure to access resources. Community engagement assessed on the impact of outreach programs, community services, and community-oriented activities. Education 5.0, a transformative concept. We are now moving from we are now enhancing the Education 3.0, not necessarily moving from it, but strengthening it. Based on the heritage-based philosophy, emphasis was on technology development, innovation, and entrepreneurship, and integration of these into the curriculum. Now you'd find that we are producing a lot of experts, we have a lot of engineers, we have a lot of health experts and what have you, but there are certain local problems that were not being solved. For example, simple innovative ways of repairing roads were not really existent. There were challenges here and there. There are quite a number of issues which needed redressing. So by starting to introduce the Education 5.0 or integrating the Education 5.0 into the curriculum, it also introduced innovation and also focused on industrialization over and above the research. Our research was also, would also be focused on producing innovative products, innovative services. What were the perceived goals? To produce graduates skilled in the production of goods and services, promote application of knowledge in innovative ways, the profound impact or the perceived profound impact, rethinking and reimagining the curriculum and teaching methodologies, redefining the role of universities in economic development. It means as we are doing our program accreditation, we are encouraging universities to rethink curriculum and teaching methodologies to be innovative, to bring new things into the curriculum. It doesn't necessarily mean that when we are working with Education 5.0, we shut out the whole world. We also go out into the world and borrow what others are doing. And of course, incorporating our heritage-based philosophy as we are developing programs. The Education 5.0 is also important because it develops a culture of innovation. We are looking now at the future world of work. It focuses on critical thinking, interdisciplinarity, and adaptability to new technologies. Rather than having a single sided focus, we are trying to open up, to engage different disciplines, to work together, to come up with programs that address local problems first as well as global problems. Quality assurance ensures graduates reflect the principles of Education 5.0 in addition to the other critical issues and contribute to societal development. I think that one I've covered quite a number in relation to that. Maybe to explain that in order to equip graduates with skills for innovation and societal development, transform teaching to address complex issues. Universities were roped in. They were the starting point through development or establishment of innovation hubs. Those universities, the first 6 were the ones which started off the innovation hub activities. But right now, all the 21 state universities in Zimbabwe are running innovation hubs. So what was the focus there? Modernize teaching methodologies, research, to utilize local available materials, community engagement, apply academic knowledge for societal benefit, innovation, foster a culture of innovation in students and faculty, industrialization, link academic programs with industrial needs to drive economic development. So each and every program, we have to check to see how the university is integrating Education 5.0. That extract is from our instrument where as we are accrediting a program with regards to the heritage-based philosophy, we ask those questions which are indicated there to establish whether the various areas that we perceive to lead to Education 5.0 are addressed. Heritage-based philosophy, we check the clarity and understanding are the strategies to incorporate heritage-based philosophy clearly articulated in the program that is being developed. Community engagement, we also check at the proposed community engagement activities directly related to the program. Are they available within the program? Creation of knowledge, does the program include elements that facilitate the creation of new knowledge? Since we want to develop goods and services through the new knowledge, which will have been achieved through research. Addressing national critical skills identification, have programs identified in the national critical skills it aims to address. For every program we accredit, we also check which national critical skills is it addressing. If it doesn't come out well, we ask the university to go and revisit and try and make sure that each and every program is leading to solving a particular program. And of course, issues to do with innovation, university-industry linkages, industrial parks, contribution to national goals. We want to see how the program will contribute to the overall national goals. Comprehensive Transformative Education 5.0, its focus areas emphasizes technology, innovation, and entrepreneurship. Graduate outcomes produces graduates who are well equipped to meet the demands of the future world of work. Economic contribution contributes to the nation's economic development. Quality assurance, integrating these principles and quality assurance process ensures that the education system remains relevant and effective. Fosters societal progress. It fosters societal progress through relevant and effective education. We are also looking at the role of universities, redefined the role of universities in economic development. Culture of innovation focuses on developing a culture of innovation among students and staff. Future World of Work prepares the students for the future world of work, emphasizing critical thinking, interdisciplinarity, and adaptability of new technologies. There already we are witnessing situations where students have started their own companies and they are doing they are running vibrant companies for those who have started, though others are also looking for work, but some are now doing their entrepreneurial activities. The Zimbabwe government's initiative to promote a new economy driven by science and technology through the construction of innovation hubs in state universities. Maybe I will just go through. That's the University of Zimbabwe Innovation Hub. And in that innovation hub, a lot of activities are happening within the University of Zimbabwe Innovation Hub. Besides all these activities I've listed there, the Innovation Hub at the UZ also runs a farm. They have an agro-industrial park where, again, students in agriculture work in the agro-industrial park. The learning is two-way. Students go to the agro-industrial park. The agro-industrial park where research is required, they go to the Faculty of Agriculture. And a lot of success is being witnessed. Use it because it realized the importance of Education 5.0. They reaccredited all their programs. In the end, they ended up producing about 400 programs which are linked to the Education 5.0 principle. We have HIT, it's a small university, is also running a vibrant innovation hub. There's a lot of activities that are running there, and they actually have a technology transfer licensing and commercial center, which is responsible for patenting of all the products that are being produced in the university. And then we have Chinhoyi University of Technology. Like other universities, it has a vision of innovation. They also have an innovation hub, and it's already running successful companies which are Cut Clean, producing detergent, sanitizers, and dishwashers. Dairy Milk Parlor, producing on dairy production. Fish farming engages in aquaculture. Black soldier fly produces stock and feed. and provides printing services. All these are not being just run as businesses, but it's in conjunction with the students. The students, they go there for industrial attachment, they do research to assist in these products. CAT has also gone an extra mile. They are producing what is called block leaks. These block leaks are supplementary food for different animals, and it's working in conjunction with retailers like Capital Feeds. You can actually get these block leaks from Capital Feeds. These leaks are readily available in most agro retail shops, and they are designed to withstand weather conditions. They are safe for all ages of livestock. So this is not only helping in acquiring skills by students, but universities are also engaging in mobilization of resources. Basically, in conclusion, there are challenges and adaptation. Zimbabwe higher education institutions, they face challenges navigating the higher education landscape. But now, because of these innovation hubs, you find that they also have supplementary funds to support certain activities which they would not have been able to support if they were only waiting for government support. We are also hoping strongly that this will lead to significant contributions to the country's economic growth and development. Remember, this has just started in 2018, and we are in 2024. We are registering significant progress within the country. So basically, that's how we are using Education 5.0 to enhance the education system within Zimbabwe. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that insightful presentation. I'll open up the space for a few questions before we go into the next session. I see a hand right at the back. Could we please have a mic?
Thank you so much for the presentation that has just gone by. It's very insightful, and it has motivated us. In the presentation by the previous speaker, a mention has been made of a university which has been reaccrediting its programs. And this time there is a mention that about 400 programs have been accredited to that university. We just want to learn from you the fee structure in as far as accreditation for programs is concerned. How do you charge the universities? Thank you.
Could we have 2 or 3 more questions before the presenter answers? There's another hand in the middle. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I just want to find out who was really driving the process of coming up with Education 5.0 in Zimbabwe, and how did they manage to get all this collaboration? Because I want to believe this is like efforts that are coming from different organizations, regulators, government, and the players in the education sector. So how did they really manage to bring all these people together to end up achieving such an important approach to education? And so far, in terms of implementing it, do you have something like a policy that seeks to give direction in that particular area? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for that question. Can we please have one more question or comment before the presenter takes over? Go going. Oh, here we go. There's another hand.
Thank you very much, and the commendations for a well-articulated paper. Maybe just learning from Zimbabwe case, how are you harmonizing the responsibilities of the Council of Higher Education and the Zimbabwe Higher, or rather Zimbabwe Qualifications Authority? This is in particular about the accreditation. In Zambian case, we have a first process. You have to accredit your learning programs. Then later, you have to have those programs have the qualifications registered with the qualification authority. And at times, there's a lag of time. So at times, you have programs that are accredited, but not yet registered. And that leaves the graduates or graduates in a very big compromise. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let me start by responding to the last question. In Zimbabwe, we have one body that is running the registration of programs as well as institutional registration, the Zimbabwe Council for Higher Education. It's only that it's run under different directorates. So program accrediting, of course, the challenges of programs lagging behind are always there. Why? Because the process involves once the institution applies, we have to send the programs to peer reviewers. And the peer reviewers, once you give them time to say within 2 weeks, can you please send your documents? Some, they take long. That delays the programs. But in most cases, we try to push to make sure that we do not stay long when we are dealing with these programs. Everything is done at the Zimche, and when the programs come, we do the institutional visit to assess facilities and resources available on the ground. It's all after that when we produce reports which we send to our Higher Education Quality Assurance Committee. It is the committee which finally stamps to say this program is through, this is through, it's accredited. So that's our procedure. Maybe it's much easier because it's housed under one roof. So it's just from one person to another. And where there are challenges, it's easy for us to interact and find ways to go around the then registered programs. And then Education 5.0, whilst it's a very big task, it was being driven by the Zimche. And the Zimche was working with with experts from the university. We had what were called thought leaders. A thought leader was supposed to be a professor with a certain number of years of experience, an expert in a discipline. So each thought leader would lead a particular group within the discipline to try and guide and come up with what is it that should be covered in their particular discipline to make sure that the program addresses what makes it a particular degree. If it's an accountancy degree, what content is it that they are going to input to make it an accountant degree? Where general issues to do with Education 5.0 could be infused, they could, but we also leave about a 20% gap for an institution to now put in what they feel will specialize their particular program. That will only come when they apply for accreditation. It was not a process which was done over a short period. This was more than 2 years of working on this. As we were revisiting, we tried to correct that. Even right now, experts from universities can write to say, we need to revisit that program. We have benchmarked with this university outside Zimbabwe. We have benchmarked with that university. We want to revisit and try and strengthen our product. So it's a job that has to be done between the council and all the institutions within the country. Our fee structure for program accreditation is 2,500 per program. This is what covers the externals who assess the programs, the people who travel to the institutions to assess the various resources. Thank you.
I will allow one and at most two questions or comments before we wrap up this session. Anybody else who's got a burning issue that they would like to raise a hand right there? Thank you.
Yeah, just a follow-up question on the fee, the application fee for accreditation. You indicate it's 2,500. Is it 2,500 Zim dollars or US dollars? And maybe in addition, who foots the bill for the traveling allowances, accommodation, and related costs for subject matter experts? I know this is quite a topical issue for us as the Namibia Qualifications Authority. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
There's a hand at the back. Thank you. That's the last question I'll take for now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mine relates to the Innovation Hub, and I must recommend that is, I think, brilliant, and most of the research done by students sit in so many depositories, and nothing is being done for their ideas. So I really recommend that, but my question is, what model are you using? Because in your presentation you did, I think you mentioned the situation of one of the universities that you presented, where the Innovation Hub for a specific university produces certain goods. It was milk, it was all those things, and they are retailing on their behalf. But I can't help but think there's a partnership of some sort. So my interest is, was this partnership perhaps a PPP, where private, public, that kind of thing? What model is recommended? Is it part of the 5.0? Does it go as far as that? So if you can just perhaps clear me on that one. Thanks.
Okay. Let me answer the Innovation Hubs issue first. Innovation Hubs in the state universities in Zimbabwe financed by the government. So it's the prerogative of the institution to decide as to how they need to move. But of course, remember, each and every institution is running its own Innovation Hub. They are in competition because they are funded by the same person. They are supposed to be showing some results. I've just mentioned a few universities. Almost every university in Zimbabwe, there are activities that are taking place through this Innovation Hub. And now the issue of policies to patent, commercialize, that depends on the university. We as the ZIMCHO, we can't micromanage institutions. They develop their own policies. I've just given this example because they have their own unit, the technology transfer unit, which was set up to make sure that even the good ideas from the students are produced, patented, and the patent, they decide whether the patent is in the name of the student or the student and the lecturer. That is up to the university. Each of the universities, they have specific policies with regards to patenting, because what we are trying to do is to develop people who are going to start up their own companies, and they need to learn all these various processes of IPs and what have you. And then when we go for program accreditation, If a university pays the 2,500 US dollars, but our universities pay an equivalent in the local currency. So that money is what is this. From that money, we pay the people who start to do the content review. Again, from that money, we use it to visit the universities. When we go to the university, we are saying for each program, we need one expert. When we are doing content review, we are giving it to 3 experts. Now, one of the experts has to go on the ground. Normally, a university, once we have assessed the content, will give them a form for them to declare what they have. And then we go through. When we are going there, we are now checking to say, you said you have this, you have that, you have that. So we'll take one expert and we provide them with the fuel, we give them their allowances for meals, we pay for their accommodation, and we pay the allowance for doing the work. The allowance for doing that physical check and the allowance for doing content assessment is exactly the same. So what differs now is that someone is going on the ground. So that's how we are doing it in Zimbabwe. So for each and every program, even those 400 I was talking about, they were not accredited in one day. We took days, pre-preparations, going to the university, and we did not do that for the use it only. Another university, we re-accredited 200. Another university, we re-accredited 20-something. Others are bringing in 10. It's a process which is ongoing right now within the country. Thank you.
A round of applause for the presenter, please.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would have loved to take more hands, but I'm very conscious of time. We are running behind already, so let the conversations happen behind the scenes. At this stage, I would just like to thank you, the audience, for being gracious and allowing me to chair this session. So thank you very much.
Precious Sipuka, you've been amazing. Thank you for handling the session. Let's give her another big hand. Okay, I need you to just stand up. Let's make a movement or two. I don't know whether we should stretch or... Does anybody from any other country have some activity like a dance, a song that can help us to just keep awake this afternoon? Huh? No? At the back, please come. Tell us what to do, just so that otherwise we will sleep. Come over.
No, I don't have any dance or anything like that, but I felt I can use this platform after Precious has given us the thought-provoking sharing. It's her birthday today. Happy birthday, Precious.
Okay, let's start. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Precious. Happy birthday to you. You have to shout out your age. How old are you? 16. 21. You're now 41. One of them has to be right. Hip hip! Hooray! Hip hip! May the good Lord bless you. Yeah. Okay, that was good activity. Yes, please be seated. If your sleep hasn't gone after that, it will never go. Oh, dear Lord. Okay. So we are at that point when we move over to the next session, which will be led by Mozambique. Mozambique is not here. Okay. Do we have the speakers Emmanuel Chabata and Ruth Gora. Oh, fantastic. Yay, let's give them a big hand. My Fawezi board chair, born ready, born ready. Thank you very much.
Kunda, which way down and up? Right is next. Right, that's okay. Thank you. Good afternoon, colleagues. Our presentation is titled Centrality of Functional Quality Assurance Structures in Achieving Optimum Higher Education Systems, a case of the University of Zimbabwe. And the presenters are Emmanuel Chabata and Ruth Gora. I am not Emmanuel. Both of us are from University of Zimbabwe. And so basically the first part of the presentation, most of the things have been said, they've been discussed, they've been deliberated on. That's the beauty of coming right at the end. So I think we'll take much of our time on giving you our case as the University of Zimbabwe. That's our presentation outline. Just a brief introduction. A few things about the evolving landscape of higher education and the need for QA, the benefits of robust QA structures, establishing QA committees at different institutional levels, real-life examples of effective QA systems in higher education for comparison's sake, challenges and considerations in implementing QA structures, and then we'll dwell on the University of Zimbabwe case before we conclude and give you the gist of our argument. For the introduction, we were looking at some scholars, what they say concerning the concept of quality and quality assurance in higher education institutions. Most of those things have been said. For instance, some scholars view concepts and nature of quality and quality assurance in relation to higher education as being elusive, while others, it is a means towards, quality assurance is a means towards enforcing accountability in our institutions. Higher education institutions are characterized as entities that are neither isolated nor abstract. We are within a dynamic environment as institutions where we have both internal and external stakeholders. That being the case, there's a lot of diverse interests which come into play as we operationalize our procedures or processes within higher education. And that makes quality assurance in higher education a bit more complicated as compared to what transpires within the industry. The landscape, in addition to that, landscape in higher education is undergoing rapid and multifaceted transformations which are driven by things like globalization, technological advancement, and evolving societal needs. In such a dynamic environment, our institutions face an increasing pressure to demonstrate accountability, enhance quality, and ensure graduate employability. Therefore, we must prioritize development and implementation of robust quality assurance structures that permeate through all aspects of the operations in an institution. Traditionally, as we all know, QA in higher education focused primarily on academic programs, that is teaching, learning, and assessment. However, contemporary approaches now recognize the interconnectedness of all institutional functions and emphasize on the importance of a holistic QA framework, which encompasses both academic and non-academic units, because both are equally important. That is acknowledging that administrative efficiency, student support services, and institutional research play equally vital roles in shaping the overall quality in an institution for better student experience as well as institutional effectiveness. We therefore argue in this paper that establishing well-defined QA structures, including dedicated committees at various institutional levels, is very crucial in fostering a culture of continuous improvement within higher education institutions. But before we do that, we just want to share a bit on what we came across concerning the evolving landscape of higher education and the need for quality assurance. The HE landscape has undergone significant transformations, like I earlier alluded to, due to factors like globalization and increased competition, technological advancement, evolving student expectations, accountability and funding pressures. These we won't belabor because they have been discussed, deliberated on in the last 1.5 days. However, we see that these factors underscore the critical need for our institutions to prioritize quality assurance as an integral aspect of each institutional strategy. Right, as we focus on quality assurance structures, we just want to run through some of the benefits of robust QA structures. These include enhanced institutional effectiveness, improved teaching and learning quality, increased accountability and transparency, enhanced reputation and competitiveness, fostering a culture of continuous improvement. We have got authors who talk about those, and these have been cited in our full paper. Now, the gist of our argument lies on the fact that there is need to establish quality assurance committees at different institutional levels. So to ensure the effectiveness of QA efforts, it is crucial to establish dedicated committees at various levels within the institution, encompassing both academic and non-academic units, like we said earlier. So here we are talking of 3 levels: institutional quality assurance committee, and then we move down to faculty quality assurance committees, and we also have administrative and support unit quality assurance committees, so that we hinge our QA activities, QA issues within the institution on both academic and non-academic units of the institution. We start off with the first level, the institutional level quality assurance committee. This one plays a pivotal role in setting the strategic direction for QA across the institution. And it should be composed of representatives from various stakeholder groups, such as senior administrators, faculty members from different disciplines, student representatives. Usually student representatives are left out in most of our committees, but these ones are consumers of whatever we're doing in HEs, so they should be part of these committees. Besides those, we also need staff representatives from key administrative and support units, like the bursary, like the academic registry, even support services, even student affairs. They should come in. And also, it would be prudent to have external experts in quality assurance. Now that quality assurance is getting popular, I think institutions should not find it difficult to find QA experts coming to join, because this will be helpful as we deliberate, as we chart the way forward in terms of quality assurance in our institutions. The institutional level committee is responsible for the following, among other things. It should be responsible for this: developing and reviewing the institution's overall QA framework and policies, establishing quality standards and benchmarks aligned with the institution's mission and strategic goals, overseeing the implementation of QA processes across all units, monitoring and evaluating the effectiveness of QA initiatives within the institution, as well as reporting on QA activities to internal and external stakeholders. And then next to that, we have the faculty level QA committee. It is important that each academic faculty should establish its own QA committee to address the specific needs and context of its programs, From the previous speaker, Barbara, remember she gave us a number of disciplines which we have in our Zimbabwe universities. So each faculty has got a special niche within the institution. So for that to be catered for, it is good to have a faculty level QA committee which would look at that niche, which would take care of that niche. And this committee should be composed of faculty members representing the different disciplines within the faculty. It might be engineering, but then we have different disciplines which fall under sub-disciplines which are under engineering. We should also have student representatives from various programs, staff representatives from relevant support units and external, that is, those units which service a faculty. Those units which service a faculty. For instance, ICT should have a representative in such a committee. And then we also need external experts in the faculty's field of study. It would be good to look for industries, communities, which work hand in hand with the faculty, and then bring in experts who would sit on those committees. The faculty committee is responsible for developing and reviewing program-level QA procedures aligned with institutional guidelines, conducting regular program reviews and assessments, identifying areas for improvement in curriculum design, implementing strategies to enhance student learning outcomes and graduate employability, monitoring and reporting on program level related QA activities. And then the third level, which we are talking of, is the administrative and support unit quality assurance committees. These ones now would cater for the non-academic hinge of the institution. So recognizing the interconnectedness of all institutional functions, it is essential to extend QA efforts beyond academic units to encompass administrative and support departments. And such committees should include staff representatives from the respective unit, representatives from units that interact closely with the department, student representatives as well who utilize or who are serviced by that unit, as well as external experts in the relevant fields. If it is catering, for example, catering services, there is no harm in getting someone from the hotel industry coming in. That would be very helpful in keeping our QA up to standard within the institution. Such a committee would be responsible for identifying key performance indicators aligned with units' objectives and institutional goals, developing and implementing procedures for monitoring and evaluating performance against established KPIs, identifying areas for improvement, implementing strategies to enhance customer satisfaction, reporting on QA activities and the performance improvements within at institutional level quality assurance. So with that backdrop, we just picked on 3 examples. Unfortunately, we took these beyond Africa. So quite a number of institutions worldwide have successfully implemented comprehensive QA systems that serve as valuable models for others. So we picked on University of Melbourne, whose well-established QA framework has contributed to the university's consistent high rankings in global university league tables. We also picked on University of Oxford, whose long tradition of QA system has been instrumental in maintaining the university's reputation for academic excellence. Lastly, we picked on Nanyang Technological University, whose comprehensive QA framework as well has contributed to the university's rapid rise in the global university rankings. Although these 3 universities and others have got specific structures and processes which vary, but we found that generally they share a common commitment to continuous improvement, stakeholder engagement, and a data-driven approach to decision-making. Although it may look that beautiful, there are challenges which we may need to consider as we implement quality assurance structures like shared earlier on. There's possibility of meeting resistance to change. I think this one, there are very few of us who may not have met with this one, with resistance to change. So it means there's need for effective communication so that we foster buy-in. Resource constraints is another one for some institutions because there's need to allocate sufficient resources to support QA initiatives and ensure sustainability. Thirdly, there's a data management and analysis challenge because our institutions have got to collect, analyze, and interpret data. This calls for development of robust data management systems and even going further to train staff on data analysis techniques. And as well, there could be a problem when we move around, when we carry out our QA activities, initiatives, there is a danger of stifling creativity in universities. So that could be a challenge. So we need to strike a balance between accountability and leaving institutions still maintaining their autonomy. So with that backdrop, we now go to share with you our case, the University of Zimbabwe. So we'll start with the structures. For the structures in our university, there is an internal quality assurance unit by the name Quality Assurance and Professional Development Directorate. This directorate works closely with ZIMCHE on one hand, and we also work with professional bodies on the other. The unit is headed by an executive director who works with 4 specialists, and the 4, one for academic programs, the other one for training, the third one for safety, health and environment, and the 4th one for facilities and infrastructure development. Besides those 4, the executive director also is supported by the administrative staff, that is an administrative assistant and an executive PA. The internal quality unit, this one headed by the executive director, also works with the University Quality Assurance Committee. In our case, it is the UZ Quality Assurance Committee. This committee performs the functions which I shared earlier on, but just to contextualize it to our university, it comprises of representatives from every faculty, every center, every institute, every department, and every unit in the institution. By department, we are referring to the non-academic departments, not the individual departments in the faculties. This committee meets quarterly, and as it strengthens links between the directorate and the various faculties, institutes, centers, etc. This committee as well, it reports to the Senate. So there is a link with the Senate. And it is the committee which handles policy direction in our institution. To further show commitment to QA issues, the University of Zimbabwe Council, guided by what we call Section 13C of the University of Zimbabwe Act, made an Ordinance 57, which points at internal quality assurance matters in the university. We refer to this ordinance as faculty guidance ordinance because it specifies how each faculty should operate, including in terms of QA operations as well. Specifically in that ordinance, we have item 7.9, which stipulates that each faculty should have a faculty quality assurance committee. The faculty quality assurance committees across the university, Ordinance 57, that's what it stipulates there, how each committee should be constituted and the dimensions which are represented, academic infrastructure, administrative services, environmental and safety issues. So those are the dimensions which should be represented in that faculty quality assurance committee. And then it stipulates its responsibilities from 7.91 to 7.95. So what we did as the internal quality assurance unit at the University of Zimbabwe, because we usually carry out these monitoring activities, that is one of our mandates as a quality assurance unit. So we do some monitoring and surveillance from time to time so that we will be able to enhance or report and advise so that there's some enhancement on whatever is taking place in the university. So this year, we
learning program. SAQA deals with the refined and accredited learning program to register it as a qualification on the Zambia qualification framework. It's that simple. Piece of cake. Thank you.
Yo. Okay, we'll end with, I think you have a microphone there. Oh, you want to use that one? Okay, you could have used the one on your table. Okay, no problem.
Sorry, I'm diverting you a bit. I'm directing my question to the two authorities. When we get students from Zambia and we want to authenticate the qualification, who do we get in touch with? Is it you or they? Because we also want to authenticate the institution that is offering the qualification as well as the qualification. So what do we do?
Okay, quickly, HEA and SAQA, can you respond to that? You don't have a mic there? Okay. Yes, you have.
Okay, so as of 18th August, when the new SAQA Act was assented to by the President, it's now SAQA, that's where you'll be getting that information from. So the current law, the SAQA law of 2024, states that SAQA is the only one that will verify qualifications. Yes. So you'll be requesting that information through us. Thank you so much.
So what if they want to verify with the institution to check if the institution is authentic?
There's only one act that has provided for SAQA to verify qualifications. So even those that will be employing and enrolling students, going forward, you must ensure that those students have got verified qualifications and they produce a SAQA certificate of verification. Thank you so much.
Okay, we have to say bye. One last one. Please make it quick. And then I've noticed Dr. Mushumba is here. Maybe he can also just make a comment. There were a number of questions being asked about HEA. You've got the mic?
Yes, just a quick one. You see, this is the confusion that is going on. When you listen between these two, you walk away confused. So you don't know where to go. You don't know whether you are going or you are coming. SAQA and HEA. Let's put our house in order and make things simple for a layman to understand. Thank you.
Okay. I think, please make it quick. Yeah.
Thank you, moderator. Mine is on grade 12. Who verifies grade 12? Is it ECZ or SAQA?
I will speak a bit, but I don't want us to have the discussion, especially around the new SAQA Act. There are a number of campaigns that will carry out as SAQA concerning that. I want to believe, let's focus more on the issues of quality assurance here. But with the new current law, SAQA is the institution that officially verifies and gives a certificate that a person can carry to any institution in Zambia or out of Zambia and say this is an authentic qualification. Whether it's a grade 12, whether it's a primary school certificate or a doctorate degree, it's only SAQA for now. These other institutions can verify their own institutional awarded qualification, let's say ECZ or even UNZA or whichever university. But when it comes to official recognition, it's only SAQA that is supposed to issue a verification certificate. So we'll end there. Let's focus more on the quality assurance issues. Thank you so much.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the conversation will continue. Let's give Frank a big hand. Doc, you missed out. But I think that, I don't know if you want to say any last words, just for people to remember regarding HEA, its mandate, and yeah.
Thank you. I think suffice to mention at this particular time that what we should actually get to appreciate is that the two institutions still work together to ensure that there's quality at whatever level we're talking about. Could it be at bachelor's diploma and everything? But then we appreciate the concerns that are coming in, especially where people feel there's that thin line between what divides the Higher Education Authority and what divides SAQA. It is very clear from our end, because we know what SAQA is supposed to do, and we know what we are supposed to do as the Higher Education Authority, because we have two distinct laws that set up SAQA and the law that sets up the Higher Education Authority. I want to mention again at this particular point that when you look at what HEA is supposed to do, and simply to work around everything to do with a learning program, that is before it becomes a qualification, to ensure that this particular program meets the minimum acceptable standards. Once somebody wants to have it as a qualification, they have to go through the Zambia Qualifications Authority, that is SAQA. And SAQA also does a little bit of compliance checks. Those compliance checks is to ensure, maybe to give it an oversight that the Higher Education Authority has done its part to ensure that the right competencies have been covered in this particular program. And then SAQA will register that qualification, that learning program as a qualification. So it's a continuation of the process. Now I think my colleague was just mentioning there's a new SAQA Act, which there will still be some sensitization, a joint sensitization between HEA and SAQA to involve our colleagues in the higher education sector. We are aware that there are certain things that we used to do, which now will not be done by Higher Education Authority. The higher education institutions will just get the programs. Once it's accredited, submit it directly to the Zambia Qualifications Authority for registration as a qualification. I think the sensitization campaign will start from there. I think just that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A big hand. Okay, so we are now going into the last part of the session. I'm a bit worried because some of you are sort of going this way, forward. So I need us to do something. Is there somebody from the audience who can maybe teach us a song or help us do some activity just to keep us awake and on track? Otherwise, this last session, we will suffer. Anybody? Okay, if I say clap your hands, I want you to clap 1, 2. Can we try that? Clap your hands. I can't hear those claps, very weak claps. Clap your hands. Very good. When I say clap, clap, so it's different, eh? Just clap your hands, 1, 2. When I say clap, clap, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1. Can we try that? Clap, clap, 1, 2, 3, 1. Who's that one? So when I say clap your hands, 1, 2, clap, clap, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1. Fantastic. You got it. Okay, are we ready? I can't hear you. Are we ready? Okay, clap your hands. Clap your hands. Clap, clap. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. And it's Doc himself. If it was anyone else, I was going to say out. One last time. Clap your hands. Clap your hands. Clap, clap. Yes! Give yourselves a big hand. Yes, sir. Hey, come here, come here. Yes, let's go back to grade 1. The microphone, there. Okay. Please be upstanding.
Yeah?
Yes.
Okay. As
Heads and shoulders, knees and toes, knees and toes.
The problem is the knees, the toes.
Knees and toes.
Mm-hmm.
That one you can do.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
You can do that.
No, stay there.
Okay. Okay, you help me with actions.
Actions.
Heads and shoulders. Is that too high?
No, you're
perfect. Okay. All of us, we are going to grade 1, eh? Mm-hmm. Where do I stand?
Stand here.
All right.
But you have to do the action. Okay, yeah.
Okay.
Head and shoulders, knees and toes, knees and toes. Head and shoulders, knees and toes.
Come on, help me. I need to see. She must demonstrate. Okay. Heads, shoulders, knees and toes. 1, 2, 3. Heads and shoulders, knees and toes, knees and toes. Heads and shoulders, knees and toes, knees and toes, and eyes and ears and teeth and nose. Yes. Heads and shoulders, knees and toes, knees and toes. Let's begin. We begin slow. Heads and shoulders, knees and toes, knees and toes. Heads and shoulders, knees and toes, knees and toes, and eyes and ears and mouth and nose. Heads and shoulders, knees and toes, knees and toes. Fast now. Heads and shoulders, knees and toes, knees and toes. Heads and shoulders, knees and toes, knees and toes, and eyes and ears and knees and mouth and nose. Oh my goodness. Thank you very much.
Fantastic. Oh my goodness, you were great. Thank you very much for that. Ladies and gentlemen, La teacher Wachimubana, how do you say that in English? The teacher did what? He knew Leonard. Oh my goodness, there are just some words English can't describe. But the teacher himself was a bit, didn't know where to go. And the rest of us had to follow suit. But that was amazing. Thank you so much. Just give him a big hand. Ladies and gentlemen, the last part of the session, and in the spirit of competition, I just want you to know that we are way ahead of Group B, like way ahead. So we're doing very well, and we are going to be talking about negotiating binaries in modes of provision, a higher education practice standard for blended and online learning. I do have the pleasure of calling on Rob Stegman, Jacqueline Batchelor, Heather Good, Sianda Makaula, Juliet Stockenkamp, and Britta Zawada. Let's give them a big hand.
Thank you. Thank you, and good afternoon, colleagues. Unfortunately, Rob Stegman, Jackie Batchelor, and Heather Good could not join us, but I have with me Sianda Makaula and Juliet Stoltenkamp. Sianda is from the Cape Peninsula University of That's what I said, CPUT. Cape Peninsula University of Technology, and Juliet Stoltenkamp is from the University of the Western Cape. And I'm from the CHE in South Africa. So this group of people forms this community of practice that developed the standard. Remember this morning I was talking about the higher education practice standards, and the one that this particular group developed was for the modes of learning and teaching provision. So that is the title. So they basically created the standard, and then we asked them to produce a paper so that we could present it to you. This standard is available on our website in draft form, and what we normally do in the broad stakeholder consultation is that we ask for public comment. So it is out on our website for public comment. So if you want to go and have a look at it, you will find it on our website. So just in terms of the outline of our presentation, I'm going to look at the broad context, the CHE and the QAF, and I'm going to do that very quickly because you got it already several times during the conference. Then I will talk briefly about the community of practice and its way of working, and then the key takeaways from the literature. At that stage, I'm going to hand over to Juliet. We're going to give Sianda off because his throat is really, he's not well, and his throat is very sore, and he's just presented on the other side as well. So Juliet will talk about the actual standard and the reflection, but then Sianda will do the questions, right? So just in terms of the broad context of this higher education practice standard, we all know that we have a challenging higher education landscape, particularly during and after the pandemic. And part of the reason for this standard is because during the pandemic, our HEQC did a blanket accreditation of all programs that were accredited in the contact mode to also be delivered at distance, so that they retained their accreditation even during the pandemic, whilst universities were doing all sorts of things, offering online, going online, so that we could ensure that these programs were accredited. The universities then were asked, or the institutions were asked to do certain things to make that possible, but we really tried to make sure that their programs remained accredited. That concession to the contact programs that were accredited in the contact mode has been extended annually up until the end of 2026 now. But during that time, also the institutions invested quite heavily in various ICT products and processes in capacity development. So many of the institutions do not necessarily want to go back to the traditional contact way of delivering programs that they did before the pandemic. And so this has become necessary for us to look at how did that, what we call emergency remote teaching that happened during the pandemic, how is that evolving now into blended and online learning, and how do we quality assure that? We've always quality assured distance programs, and even the distance through technology and online, but the contact programs are now no longer being offered in pure contact. So the regulatory context is sometimes a little bit slow to adapt. There's unstable and rapid technological advances. We can just think of the AI. There are shifting societal and commercial expectations. For example, the world of work expects students to be digitally literate. And then there are these disruptive technologies which require continuous innovation, investment in faculty development, and the idea of buying into these emerging technologies into learning programs. All of this creates challenges for quality assurance, because if the world of work expects this from our programs, and the universities and the institutions want to implement this, we have to make sure that we actually quality assure what happens. In South Africa, we have a distance education policy which distinguishes between contact and distance education, but that policy comes from 2014. In other words, long before the pandemic, long before AI, and so that policy is quite outdated, and we have to work within these constraints. I've talked this morning about yesterday about the work of the CHE. We are mandated by these two different acts to be the sole quality council for higher education, and we've entered this new phase of the quality assurance framework after our 25th birthday. Dr. Green also spoke about it this morning. So the principles in the new quality assurance framework are that institutions are responsible for their own quality and quality assurance, that institutions have to be fit for purpose, but also that their purposes have to be fit, so fitness of purpose. We're looking at the integration of all our external quality assurance activities, trying to simplify what we are doing, but at the same time differentiating between institutions, not treating all the institutions exactly the same way. We have a University of South Africa, which is an open distance learning institution, which has over 350,000 students. But then we have small private institutions, which are niche, we call them boutique institutions, which offer one program with maybe 30 students in it. So we have to develop a system that speaks to both of these and everything in between, kind of way of looking at it. So we have to differentiate between our institutions. Institutions also have different capacities and capabilities in terms of their internal quality assurance. We do a lot of collaboration, and then the innovation, which is also mostly around the digital processing of our, or the digital automation of our processes, and how we want to do that going forward in our management information system. So we're really moving to a new way of working, trying to move away from a compliance and a tick box approach to going to a more reflexive and developmental approach that will ensure continuous enhancement of quality. So the way we have to develop these standards are to then also infuse the transformation, as Dr. Green showed this morning, but to really get institutions to own these standards and to infuse them into their way of working. So we think of these higher education practice standards as codes of practice rather than a standardization, which are intended to promote flexibility, innovation, and a commitment to exceeding minimum compliance. So not meeting the minimum criteria, but really continuing to enhance and improve quality. They are designed to promote reflection and ongoing improvement and enhancement, and we want to then use them as a basis for capacity development. So this particular HEPS is 37 pages long. And if you then compare it to other standards, it's usually just a sentence with maybe 6 or 10 guidelines. So these documents are quite substantial documents which we can use for capacity development. Each standard has a standard statement. I'll show you the one for this standard. And then open-ended reflexive questions. The guidelines are not in the form of statements that encourage minimum compliance. The guidelines are in the form of open-ended reflexive questions that really are intended to encourage the institutions to reflect and to be innovative. So the community of practice is an expert group of peers, so they have different backgrounds, representing different knowledge fields and disciplines and professional practices. We do a public call for nominations to each one of these practice standards, and we try and be as representative as possible of the sector. So in terms of types of institutions, so Sianda is from a University of Technology, and UWC is a traditional university. Rob Stegman is from a private institution, which is a dedicated distance education institution. Jackie Batchelor is from a comprehensive, what we call a comprehensive institution, the University of Johannesburg, and Heather Good is also from a traditional, more research-based institution, the University of Pretoria. So there's large and small, there's public and private, and looking at different ways of how they deal with technology. We also look at issues around race and gender so that it's a balanced group, that we hear different voices. Also, not just traditional quality assurance practitioners. In fact, Siana is the only quality assurance practitioner in that group. Juliet is a learning designer with a specialization with in technology in education. Jackie Batchelor is a professor of education. Heather Good is also an academic with a background in technologies in education. And Rob comes with a sort of joint background of quality assurance, academic planning, but then also as an academic. And then he's in a leadership position as well. So bringing in different voices, different types of expertise into the community of practice. So the way that we work is after the call for nominations, the QAF steering committee decides on who is going to be in the community of practice, and they get appointed. They do this work pro bono for the sector. It's meant to be part of their academic citizenship. We bring them together for a writing retreat of 3 days. They have to give up 3 days of their time where I have them in a room. I usually have 3 practice standards together where we then do an induction, and we really do a very intensive induction where we then we try and explain to them how the CHE wants them to work and develop this standard, because we also want them to use this reflexive generative methodology where they as a group reflect on what the issues are in this area of practice. Somebody asked yesterday, how do we look at the gaps about what went wrong or what is wrong? So that reflexivity is meant to do that, to look what is wrong, what needs fixing, in other words, and how can we use the standard to fix whatever it needs fixing. Then what we also do is we have a broad consultation on each one of the standards, and in that broad consultation we do it with the entire sector. We get up to 500 people sometimes, between 300 and 500 people, and we do really workshop style consultation where those people tell us what do they think should be in the standard, who should be in the community of practice, what should not be in the standard, and what they think the issues are that the standard need to address. And that then gets compiled into a document which forms an input into the work of the community of practice. They also look at literature and at a variety of policy documents and CHE reports. It really is quite a lengthy process. That reflexivity and the iterative process is quite difficult. It's sometimes very contested and contentious, but that group then works together for the 3 days on starting to write the standard. They only start writing the standard in those 3 days. We do little report backs where they have to come and tell me how they're doing, and the other groups, and how the process is going, reflecting on their processes. If there are burning issues, then we deal with it in the group. Then they debate ideas, they negotiate priorities, and they assess existing frameworks and refine key terminology. After this first conceptualization, there's a first draft, which has already gone then through. Afterwards, they then work together on their own, using email and so on. And then after about another 2 months, they have to submit their first draft to the CHE. And we then take that through what we call a narrow consultation. So we take smaller groups of people that look at the first draft and give us feedback. In the case of this draft, they said it was far too complex. There were 15 dimensions. It was just too complicated. So they had to go back and reduce the dimensions. So they have to consider the narrow consultation and had to go back and do more reworking. Just quickly, some of the key points from the literature that they considered. We have the references at the end. The first one is the importance of student attendance, and attendance can be both virtual, online, or in person, but basically time on task for the student, how engaged the students are. Then there has to be continuous monitoring of and feedback to students. Students have to really participate and engage in their learning. The learning environments have to be really inclusive, and there has to be a sensitivity to different students' experiences, especially of students who may not have access. So accessibility becomes quite important, and we mean accessibility in the broadest possible way. It could be because students are differently abled, or it could be because of the digital divide, which I'm sure everywhere in Southern Africa is a real thing still. Not all students do have access. Then we have to do learner support for diverse learners' learning styles, not just one version of learner support. And then the infrastructure and resourcing is quite important, but then also in the ICT domain, security procedures and policies. For example, in South Africa, we have the Protection of Personal Information Act, which means that you can't just use the students' data, you can't give out their information. So all of those regulatory aspects around student information have to be considered, but also security procedures in terms of firewalls and so on for the institutions. So just some thoughts on overall on the literature. There is really a complex interplay between student engagement, how the students perform, the support, the technological infrastructure, and the role of the different modes of provision. There are a multiplicity of cross-cutting design elements, so it's not just choosing to go online. A lot of different things have to be considered.